call this meeting of the Montgomery County Board of County Commissioners to order. Today is Tuesday, September 15th, and it is now 6 o'clock p.m. Let's all bow our heads for the invocation, please. Dear Father, as we come before you tonight, thanking you for all your many blessings, and we especially thank you for all of our county employees, for what they've done during the pandemic and for what they continue to do. As we come together to make some of the most important decisions for our county, we ask for your guidance to put our differences aside and to come together as one body to work for all and for the best interest of Montgomery County. In thy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Woodard if he would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you are able, I would ask you to please rise and join us in reciting our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have a special guest with us tonight. I'll ask Steve Jarvis, our senatorial candidate, if he'd come and introduce himself and say a few words. Maybe bring us some good tidings.
Thank you, Chairman Robinson. Greetings, commissioners. I wanted to come today. I am Steve Jarvis. Live in Davidson County, just up the road a little ways. I previously was a county commissioner, so I'm used to sitting on that side of the room rather than this one. And whenever I came in, I said, I know all these people didn't come because I was coming, because nobody knew. But anyways, I just wanted to introduce myself. I met with a few of the board back in the spring, and the county manager and went over some of the issues that Montgomery County, is facing and looking at. I did see that you've got the COVID Relief Act 2 on the agenda on down. I looked at the agenda. Well, I was going to bring you a little news about COVID Act number 3. We just passed in the General Assembly for anyone that has a child, they will get a one-time payment to families of $335 to possibly help with all the impact that the COVID has had. Also, the unemployment benefits are increased by $50. We've got $35 million going in for child care centers, as far as child care working centers. We also have $8 million going in to help working parents to offset child care costs. $75 million going in for personal protective equipment. $20 million for community-based organizations to provide virtual learning. And that's something that's huge right now. All of us have learned what virtual learning is. We would have never knew what that was a few years ago. We increased education by $115 million in that fund. We've got $17 million in grants for exceptional children's services. That would be for disabled or I reckon you're not supposed to say disabled. What is it? Vocational disabilities, that's right. We also put $38 million in behavioral health, and something that I don't know if Montgomery has much of, but we did put $2 million in dairy farming, because the dairy farmers have really been hit through this pandemic. So it's a lot more than that, but it was actually the CARES Act, the Relief Act 3 was $1 billion with a B that the state passed, and that money has to be dispersed and spent by December 31st. So that's not very long to spend that much money. You say, well, I can spend a lot of money, but That's a lot of money. Well, I won't take up much of your time. I know that you have a very full agenda, and I would just like to say that I am in favor. I think today, in these challenging times, we need to be looking to defend our police and not defund. So thank y'all, I appreciate you. And if I can ever be of service, I'm sure, I know Jim's got my number, I think Dottie does. Just feel free to contact me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is approval of our agenda, so I need a motion to approve.
Move to approve the agenda.
Motion by Commissioner Matheny to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passed. Approval of the agenda. Mr. Woodard, you want to review the public forum rules?
Chairman, I'll be delighted. Anyone who wishes to address the Board of Commissioners is allocated 3 minutes time. They will be recognized by the chair. They need to come forward and state their name and their address where they live for the record before making any comments. Again, you're allocated up to 3 minutes time. I will keep time. When you expire time, I will say time. If any other citizen wants to donate their 3 minutes to you, then you can have up to 6 minutes, but they need to come with you and get their name and address in the record as well. In this public forum, you can talk about any issue that the board may legislate in open session other than the ones we have public hearings on tonight, because when each of those matters are discussed, they'll have their own public forum, so you'll be able to speak at that time. Tonight, we have 4 hearings on the budget, 3 for the 3 fire tax districts, Baden Lake, Lake Hillary, and Wadeville, and then the general budget for the county. So if you want to talk about any of those matters, they'll have their own public forum. We also have another issue on the agenda tonight, which is we also say the 5th public hearing is related to Baden Lake Auto. They're seeking a conditional use permit to start a marine and automotive repair business in Montgomery County. That process to give them a permit to operate such a business, it requires a permit, and they'll have a public forum, so if you want to speak on that issue, you can. The last matter that will have its own separate public forum is the discussion and the request to remove the Confederate flag from the war memorial at the courthouse, and also the request to declare racism a public health crisis in Montgomery County. So if you want to discuss or comment on any of those matters, they'll have their own separate forum. But if anybody wishes to address the board on any other matter, here's your time.
Do we have anybody that wants to address the board on any other matter other than what Mr. Woodard has read from the agenda? Okay, if not, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Commissioner Hinchin to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Matheny. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion carried. Now, as part of our agenda tonight, the Board of County Commissioners convenes as the Fire Tax Commission, and that's what we have 3 hearings on tonight. Our first one is on Baden Lake. So I'll adjourn the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as the Baden Lake Fire Tax Commission.
Chairman, Commissioners, you have in your agenda packets the budget from the Baden Lake Fire Department. The current year fire tax rate for Baden Lake Fire is 5.5 cents. This is a revaluation year for the county, and the properties within the Baden Lake Fire District actually saw a decline in growth. And so to set a new tax rate that would bring in the same amount of money for the fire department as last year, you would have to actually increase the tax rate. the tax rate would have to go to 5.54%. However, as you'll see in your packet, the Baden Lake Fire Department is not requesting that revenue neutral rate. They are going to try to maintain operations at 5.5 cents. So the request and what you see, the budget in your report, is to leave the tax rate at 5.5 cents. But I'll be glad to answer any questions about Baden Lake Fire, and the finance director is also available if there's any questions for him.
Commissioners, you have any questions or comments? None from commissioners. Do we have any comments from the public? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to recommend the tax rate for Baden Lake?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to recommend the fiscal year 21 tax rate remain at 5.5 cents for the Baden Lake Fire Department Tax District.
Do I have a second?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried, thank you. Now I will adjourn the Baden Lake Fire Tax Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. Okay, now we move on to Lake Tillery and recess the Board of County Commissioners and convene as Lake Tillery Fire Tax Commission.
Commissioners, you also have in your agenda packet a budget for the Lake Tillery Fire Department. The current tax rate in the Lake Tillery District is an additional 4 cents onto the county tax rate. Lake Tillery properties did see some growth during the revaluation process, gaining in value roughly 12%. That would need the same amount of to yield the same amount of revenue. The new tax rate for that district would need to drop to 3.62 cents of value. However, as most of you are aware, Lake Tillery is expanding and they're opening a new fire station to serve the southern end of the district. And so with the costs associated with that, the request from from Lake Tillery Fire is to keep the tax rate at 4 cents. I'll be glad to answer any questions about the Baden Lake Fire Department.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Have any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak about Baden Lake? Excuse me, Lake Tillery.
I'm sorry.
Lake Tillery.
Lake Tillery.
Anyone from the public? Okay, hearing not, I'll now close the public comment period. And do I have a motion to recommend the tax rate?
I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Crisco makes a motion to recommend the Lake Tillery fire tax. Remain as is. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passed. I now adjourn the Lake Tillery Fire Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And we move on to Wayville Fire Tax Commission. And now recess the Board of Commissioners and convene as Wayville Fire Tax District.
The third fire tax district in Montgomery County is Wayville. This year was the first year for taxation in that district. The Board of Commissioners last year set the tax rate at 1 cent for the Wayville district. They did see some moderate growth in their valuation and had an 8% overall increase in value. When you calculate the revenue neutral rate, you're really supposed to be able to look back at years of growth to determine what the revenue neutral rate is. Since this past year was their first year, you can't get a true calculation, but they have submitted a budget that would keep the tax rate at 1 cent for that district. And so that is the recommendation from the fire department.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, do we have anyone from the public who would like to speak about Wayville fire tax? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion for Wayville?
I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Crisco made the motion for the rate to remain at 1 cent. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Mack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Now I'll adjourn the Wayville Fire Tax Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And moving on, we move now to our county budget, and I will ask County Manager, Mr. Woodard, to come and present.
All right, I guess those three prior public hearings are leading up to this. Commissioners, you have in your packet the FY 2021 county budget. This budget will be retroactive till July 1st of 2020. Of course, with the COVID and the restrictions, the board delayed and passed an interim budget before, and so this is the budget that would be retroactive to the first of the year. That budget contains the tax rates for the three districts. Having had prior discussions with the board and with the fire districts, we have went ahead and included the 5.5 cent for Baden Lake, the 4 cent for Lake Tillery, and the 1 cent for Wayville in this budget. The budget also includes the budget ordinance, the fee schedule, and all the related documents necessary to pass the budget. The board was presented a revenue neutral budget last month, August 18th. The budget that's in the packet has been available as required by general statute to the public since September 1st. At its August 18th meeting, the board wanted some further discussion from Human Resources about employee compensation, and so they had asked the HR director to provide and prepare some recommendations, and I believe the HR director is available, and she has a PowerPoint, and I think the clerk has that loaded up for the screens here. And so I will turn it over to the HR director for her to comment on employee compensation, and then I'll be glad to answer any other questions, or the finance director is here to do that. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm back. Okay. So, a very brief recap. In August, we looked at all of the county positions as groups. We looked at target positions. We looked at the 5 surrounding counties. And the consensus was that all of our county employees are pretty much paid at the low end of the salaries of the 5 surrounding counties. We looked at some target positions that historically we've had kind of a hard time filling lately. Most of those positions are those that require a licensing or a certification. The differences in ranges, anywhere from 10% to 20%. And I was asked to look at different ways that we could perhaps utilize a 2 cent increase in the tax base to enhance our salary plan. Uh-oh, technological difficulties. There we go. So there were 3 options that we've discussed pretty much at length. The sheriff advocated for a $6,250 plan for some selected groups of employees. We looked at an equal split. If all the children are hungry, we'll give everybody an equal amount, and that ended up to about $3,600 per employee. And then we looked at several modified plans. The one that's on the slide was the one that would give $4,500 to the target employees, $3,000 to the rest. We kicked around a lot of different ideas. Every time we presented an option and we kicked around an idea, of course, someone said, well, what about? So the 3 plans utilize the available $688,000 that we would be able to generate with the 2 cent tax increase. And I'll just add here, particularly for the sake of the audience, that it's not just salary. As all of you know, it's the fringes that are attached to the salary. So we can't just look at dollar amounts of salary and come up with $688,000. Other than the equal split, Two of the plans target select groups of employees based on the labor market today. And we talked about that last month. We talked about the fact that all the numbers are fluid and everything moves. We also talked about the fact that we need to address at some point both recruitment and retention. Whoops. So trying to listen to everybody and everybody's comments about the plans, we got busy, and I have a new proposal for you. And this one's changed a little bit from the one I sent you yesterday, too. Obviously, the 59.5-cent revenue neutral, there is an increase of $1,000 or 2% for all of the positions that are funded here as full-time positions. We need to look at retention and recruitment. And so we also talked about a step plan. As we talked about last month, most of the surrounding counties have this many steps to get from here to here. We looked at the federal plan, and we tried to take the federal plan and to scale it down to Montgomery County. I sent all of that to you at some point in an email. It was brought up that, is it fair for somebody brand new coming into the county to make the same amount of money as someone who's been here 10 years? And so this proposal talks about some steps. Let me give you an idea what it might look like. So let's talk about our current employees. They would get the $1,000 increase retroactive back to July 1, the beginning of this fiscal year. If they had 2 years of service, we could add 4% on top of that base increase. If they have 5 years of service, we could add another 4%. We can fund this with the 2-cent tax increase. What would that look like? Looking at the active roster of employees we have today, 103 of our employees have more than 5 years of experience. That would give them a 10% pay raise retroactive back to July 1st. 32 of our current employees have between 2 and 5 years experience. That would get them a 6% pay raise. And of course, 82 employees, we have 217 full-time positions in the fiscal year 21 budget. 82 of them would have less than 2 years experience, and they would get the $1,000 base raise, and then they would be, it would be available to them when they hit that 2-year mark, and some of them will hit that 2-year mark before we do the next budget, so they would get the increase. And the same with the people that hit the 5-year mark. If they're going to hit it during the fiscal year, we would give them the increase. Many times I hear from directors, I get inexperienced employees. I teach them. I send them to school. I get them certified. And when they get about that 2-year mark, they jump. They're able to go to a surrounding county and make more money. So the proposal is to guarantee them that when they hit that 2-year mark, they'll get an automatic 4%. And again, another 4% when they hit the 5-year mark. That might go a long way for retaining the employees that we've hired, we've trained, we've educated. Now, what about recruiting? You can't recruit if you're always at the bottom. So if we gave that also to people that are seasoned in other counties, if you have 5 years experience as a social worker in another county, your starting salary here would be the base plus 4 plus 4. So it would be the base plus 8%. That will make us more competitive at recruiting. people that perhaps live in Montgomery County that are driving to another county because they pay more, they won't have to drive. Maybe they'll stay here and be with us. In the future, you could add more steps. But if you add more steps, you always have to be mindful of how much it's going to cost, and there's never a clear picture as to what that cost will be because you don't know how many seasoned people you can get, and you'll always have to factor in when people hit the benchmarks. So, to close this up, because I know you have a very long night ahead of you, my very quick summary is that trying to listen to what everybody said, we need to elevate our salaries. We need to be able to recruit. We need to want to keep people here. Everybody else has a step plan. Why don't we? Why is everybody making the same? I've tried to build all of this into option 4. Of course, if you go with a step plan and we do guarantee in an offer letter that we will increase at 2 years, we will increase at 5 years, and whatever you deem appropriate, we would have to make an amendment to the Personnel Policy Manual. And that would be at the next month's meeting. So I'll be back. Happy to answer any questions.
So you're saying with this plan that you're looking at under 4, I think it is up there, the initial implementation could estimate to be around $550,000, but could amount to approximately $800,000 in the future, which could mean that there might have to be a tax increase in the future to meet, if it continues, depending on how many people we have in each step. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Because there's no way to know exactly who's going to be recruited. There's no way to know who will always stay. We would have to plan for, and I hate to put it this way, but worst case scenario as far as the amount of money that would be necessary. And so worst case scenario would always be that everyone stays and everyone gets every step and that we're able to recruit in. So right now we have the funding. We're very sure, I've gone over the numbers both with the manager and the finance director, that we have the money to do the first 2 steps, the 2 and the 5 year.
If we go to the 61.5.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we raise taxes to 61.5, which is a raise, then we'll have that money
Yes.
for this year. Oh,
Yes. And my crystal ball is just not working for it down the road.
Okay.
But we're reasonably sure that, I mean, you're going to lose some people because they're going to move or they're going to change career paths or whatever. We're reasonably sure that setting the tax rate will allow us to move forward with at least 2 steps without stretching ourselves too thin.
Any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Jones or comments?
Well, I kind of like your plan a little bit there, I mean, but it's still not somewhat addressing what the problem the sheriff is having at this point. I mean, yeah, it looks good if we could just once get to where we're at and then start. I don't know, it's just kind of sad that we hadn't had time to really digest it, and I was kind of disappointed too that we haven't had a chance to talk with each other to even see what, plan they might be leaning towards or anything.
Have a chance right now.
Well, I know which way I'm gonna go. I mean, that's what we kind of talked about, was the hot spots, addressing those hot spots, and like I say, I know it's a lot of money to jump. I mean, that's 16, 18%, 16% for some of them. But it's not really a pay increase, it's more like a salary adjustment to get to where we're competitive in the market. And It may not solve the problem, I don't know, but, you don't have a crystal ball to tell.
And if you raise everybody up, Commissioner Crisco, you still don't have, and I remember we spoke at the last meeting about the 10-year veteran making the same as the brand-new guy.
Right.
And so there would be nothing for that at all.
It will give us time to implement something to address that if we'll discuss it. This is good. I like this, but it's about, in my opinion, it's a drop in the bucket.
You gave me 2 cents to work with,
Yep.
Commissioner.
Yeah.
I stretched that 2 cents every which way.
Mm-hmm. There's no doubt there was a lot of work and effort put into this. And it does address the steps that we wanted to see, but.
Well, done.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate the efforts that you put into this.
Absolutely.
And I think you did a great job. When we talk about the sheriff and other departments, we have to also keep in mind that a number of these employees have more than 2 or 5 years. So therefore, they would get a nice adjustment. And the other thing, and we haven't talked a lot about this, but a person we should consider performance. And a person would have an opportunity to do better if they perform, if we give performance pay. And I think that's something that is kind of worked in here. Because I don't think that if we had a person that went from 2 to 5 years and they were going to get a 6% pay increase, we had one person doing nothing, another person working very hard. I don't think that person is not doing their job will get the 6%.
So you're talking about
It
merit.
would be unfair. So we have some opportunity to address the needs. May not address it to the point where everybody will be happy, but at least it gets us moving, and we can continue to make modifications. Again, thank you for all the efforts that you put into
You're
it.
very welcome.
I have a couple of comment and question. One, I think we need to be mindful that we're talking about a tax increase. In other words, we looked at last meeting that it would require several $1 million to implement both higher salaries and a step plan.
Yes, sir.
And it's not, we hear people say the commissioner's giving this, giving that. The commissioners aren't giving anything. What they're doing is appropriating from the taxpayer to pay what's in the budget. And at a time when many people are out of work and hurting, I think, the 2 cents is fair and equitable to both we can make it fair and equitable to the employee as well as to the taxpayer. I have one question about if we were to implement the 8-year step at this point, could we afford that, and how many employees would be affected by that?
Commissioner, I'm going to defer to our finance director because he actually has run the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, good afternoon, good evening. Yeah, we ran the numbers, and it would be manageable year one to do the 8% or the 12%. Sorry.
Can't understand.
Sorry. Yes, sir. It would be manageable to do all the proposals that Renee just talked about in year one, but going forward, it would kind of be like an unfunded mandate because the funds we have available are just for year one.
So how many employees are over 8, do you know?
How many were 32?
60, I'm thinking it was 60, it might have been 68, but I'm not sure. You don't have my, I will look.
Okay, well, again, my opinion, the step plan is the better solution for all concerned, given the opportunity for department heads to hire people at a higher rate than the starting salary if they have experience, and giving the incentive to other employees to stay and get the pay raises as they come. The one issue that's open, I guess, is whether or not the starting salary is adequate to attract. And from the numbers we had, it may have been changed since we got them, but the starting salary would be competitive with, I think, most of the towns and the other counties that we were competing with for recruitment. I'm sure the sheriff will address that when the comment period starts. So for the other commissioners, Commissioner Crisco mentioned discussion. What I was asking is if, in addition to what's suggested by Renee here, we added the third step now, would affect some number of employees that would get even a higher raise this year, and further incentivize people to make a career out of Montgomery County. That's the only comment I have, Madam Chair.
Renee was going to get some more figures, wasn't she?
I'm not sure what she's gone to get some numbers.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm thinking rough numbers, if I may, and she can get the exact number. I think she was saying that of the 103 employees that would get a 10% raise, if you institute the fourth step to give a 4% increase after 8 years of service, making a 14% increase over FY20, I think it's about 60.
About 60.
Of those would be getting an automatic retroactive 14% increase. I think that was on her slide, if you go down to. Right there. How many?
68.
68.
68.
68 of our 103 have been here longer than 8 years.
Explain to me how this plan addresses recruitment. Starting pay for someone without experience. What incentive do they have to come to Montgomery County?
Commissioner, I think as Commissioner Matheny just said, that our base salaries are not out of line with other locales' base salaries. And since you can hire based on experience, if somebody has had similar experience with another municipality or local government, you could go up the scale, which is going to help with recruitment.
Okay. So we would have to hope that people with tenure would leave where they were at to come here to make more money.
Which I think is HR director said what's happening to us, is
Right.
most people who get experience here are leaving.
But what would the starting salary be? That's what I want to know. The baseline, no experience, someone right, coming to work here.
In which department?
Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Office.
The baseline, if you approve what's in this budget, would be a 2% increase for this year. So with a rookie, the starting salary would be $33,750.
Is the sheriff in the office, in the crowd in the office? Would you like to give some comments while we're waiting for Renee, or is it time for the comment period? I don't know if we're.
If the commissioners don't have any, I mean, yeah, it's anybody from the public.
Are y'all open for public comment?
Come on forward. I'm always open for comments.
Sheriff, since they asked for you, I'm not going to put a 3-minute timer on you if that's okay.
You might want to.
I'm going to explain.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's always a pleasure to be here with you. and thank you for your time. A couple of months ago, I came to the county manager and we spoke. And we spoke because I noticed a couple of things. One, there was a national movement of exodus of police officers, deputy sheriffs around the nation, leaving the profession for various reasons. The other was that I found myself with the inability to recruit at a time and in a manner that I'd never experienced before. So we came and we talked and we had earnest discussions, and in those discussions, we talked about thinking outside of the box. Montgomery County, as we all realize, is a county that does have financial struggles. We are one county away from urbanization. It is difficult when we're surrounded by counties that are competing with urban areas. And so that makes it very hard for them. It makes it much harder for us. The county manager and I talked about thinking outside of the box and trying to do something in a collaborative manner that would benefit all the people of Montgomery County. And as many of you know, it's always been a discussion for some kind of countywide cooperative effort to address law enforcement. It was not a countywide police, but a countywide sheriff's office, whereas contracting, the towns would pitch in money, and collaboratively, we would reduce the number of people providing the services, and we would work outside of siloed areas such as towns and look at things at a bigger picture. That plan was presented, and as the county manager brought the managers and the mayors and some of the commissioners together to discuss that, we talked about how that would benefit us, and we talked about how we could raise salaries and so how we could compete with other counties and how that was needed. That was completely shot down by the towns. One of the things that he impressed upon them that was his opportunity to come before them and speak to them before we had to do tonight what we're doing. And that's talking about raising our level of salaries to in a manner that we would be able to attract and recruit and hire and keep people. We found ourselves not being able to recruit with some of the towns here in this county because their salary that they were offering their officers were greater than what we were allowed to offer to ours. And so we have talked with them, and we have discussed the fact that we needed to do something, and we've tried to avoid the pain that we're feeling today. Again, that was shot down. That was rejected by the towns. And so it leaves us with no opportunity but go it on our own, which is what we're here to do tonight. We talked about this, and we talked about the alarm and the number of shortages throughout the nation, but we're not going to talk about the nation. We're going to talk about the state. And why? Because that's the only place I can recruit from. If you're a certified officer, detention officer in Asheville, I can recruit you. If you're a certified policeman in Manio, I can recruit you. So we're going to talk about North Carolina. I talked about the fact that I've been doing this since 1981, and this is the first time, in my opinion, I felt the shortages that we're feeling. Not just here in this county, but you got to realize from Murphy to Manio, the shortage. And that's because of people leaving the profession. It's because of private enterprise doing better with salaries. It's because of social and civil unrest. The issues go on and on. One of the things that I talked about was the fact that we were unable to fill at that time when I had that discussion. We had about 7 openings, detention center and sheriff's office enforcement combined. And we were unable to fill those, and we were unable to track people. We were getting low applications. Since that time, we've hired 2 people. Currently, we have 5 openings. For the deputy's position, we were able to fill 1. We still have 3 more. We have 0 applicants. 0. So the salary we're offering right now, we're advertising $32,750 is not attracting anyone. So we had a meeting. At your last meeting, you heard from the Human Resource Director. You heard from department heads, and we talked about in this room, we talked about hotspot areas. We talked about professions that were having a high turnover here that were key. Particularly, you talked about deputy sheriffs, detention, water plant operators, nurses, dispatchers, and social workers. And that those 6 positions were key, and those 6 positions were having high turnover. In that discussion, you proposed to go from revenue neutral of 59 to 61 and a half, or 59 and a half to 61 and a half, and to have 2-cent revenue adjustment from revenue neutral, which is less than the 62%, and that you wanted special attention given to those areas that you identified as hotspots. So I just identified by class, and that you wanted the main line share to go to that. Now, that's what we all sat here in this room and talked about. Now, since that time, there's been various changes, various proposals, and that's the board's prerogative. I understand that. You want to examine all positions. You want to do everything you can. But I'm here to talk to you now about what we're here to discuss. And that is the plan that Renee has proposed is a very good plan. I'm not opposed to steps. In fact, I think steps are good. But I agree with Mr. Harvey Mack that steps should be based on performance and not just time in a chair. But the one thing I do have a problem with is steps only work if you got something to step on. And our base salaries ain't enough to step on. At $32,750, I've got 0 applicants. So what is $33,750 gonna give me? So the number 6,250 was a number that came up because county manager, the county human resource director looked at what the entry level or the medium salaries were on the low end, not the top end, for the 5 counties around us, and divided by the number of counties, which is the means. So that $6,250 is not something that come in Chris's head. That's something that I was instructed was the means. So that's what I've been out here speaking to each one of you individually about. And I thank you for your time. Talked about that there was an alarm, a shortage. This morning, out of curiosity, I called several agencies. There's 100 sheriff's offices in this county. There's 504 police departments. Obviously, they can call 604 locations. But to give you a broad picture so that you understand what we're talking about of supply and demand, the broad picture is this. In Guilford County, there's currently 73 openings. Charlotte Police Department has 180 openings. Asheville PD has 33 openings. Greensboro has 42. Mecklenburg Sheriff has 31. Now, we're not in those areas, but I'm giving you a broad picture. Now I'm going to bring that down a little bit more of a microcosm. Troy has 1 opening. Mount Gilead has 1. Albemarle has 8. Biscoe has 2. Asheboro has 3. Rockingham has 4. Wadesboro has 1. Randolph Sheriff has 2. Davison Sheriff has 25. Stanley Sheriff has 2. Anson Sheriff has 4. Richmond Sheriff has 12. Moore County has 2. So there is a shortage. How am I supposed to compete at $33,750? I do admire the step plan, but you're going to have to increase the base before you got anything to step on.
What is the current, you mentioned that the budget for the towns, they had raised some of the starting pay for, what's the starting pay in each of our 5 towns?
I have no idea, sir. That was prior to their
I
fiscal
mean, what you're
year.
saying, it wouldn't matter what your starting pay was, there's not people out there to recruit.
We're going to have a harder time if we don't increase it.
Well, in my opinion, like was stated, that you have the opportunity with the step plan to hire people with experience at a higher rate of pay, too.
I want to ask you something. How am I going to get someone to leave their job in Randolph County at $12,000
I
more
thought that was our
to come
problem,
here?
that people, the towns were taking your people. That's what I've heard from your people, anyway.
Any questions?
So Randolph, you were saying how you gonna get him to leave for 12,000?
Yeah,
All right, so what's Randolph paying them? I mean, I'm
12.
just trying to make it clear in my head.
12,000 more than we are.
So we're paying 32,750, so they're paying 44 something.
Yes.
Is this for a beginning deputy?
Well, they took one about a month or so ago, had been here 3 years, and that's what he was getting.
How many years has he been in law enforcement?
3 years. We hired him fresh.
3?
Yes.
How many current openings do you have?
5.
How long have they been open?
The 3 deputies positions have been open since we had the discussion prior to August, so we've advertised twice.
So they're sitting vacant for a while, no applicants.
0. We've advertised for a detective's position. We've had 2 applicants for that, and that pays more than a
Yeah, that's
deputy
not,
sheriff,
what it was a detective pay.
35.
So still, okay.
And we've had 2 applicants for 1 position at that. One of those is from Asheville and not qualified to be here, and the other one's from Wadesboro, who's had a number of jobs, like 8 jobs in law
Well,
enforcement.
most people who have the resume to be a detective aren't going to settle to be a detective for $35,000. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
The bottom line is this: there is a shortage. There's a supply and demand issue. And I agree that steps are important, but the bottom line is there's certain positions. The bottom line is this: you buy a Ford truck today, you pay more for it than you bought a Ford truck 8 years ago or 5 years ago. Things are increasing, and we've not kept up with the increase. And yeah, there are some things that we need to do. There are opportunities that need to be explored as it pertains to what other counties are doing. Yes, they do have steps. Yes, we do need steps. But yes, they are also heavily more competitive than we are on entry-level
But they
salary.
have more people and more taxes too, and more money than we do. That's the other thing. We're a poor county.
Everything that I
Montgomery
just,
County is.
I agree, again, everything I just proposed fits into into your 2-cent increase. It's not asking you to do anything other than what you've got opportunity to do.
But then next year, we gotta be prepared to do even more.
That is true. The target's always gonna be moving.
And
It's
if
a-
our county doesn't grow, I mean, this is something, as commissioners, I think we have to look at. If our county doesn't grow, then where is it gonna come from? Because we've got a lot of elderly people that they can't pay anymore. And if we don't have people coming into our county, where are we gonna get the money to pay all this extra money?
On another note, Renee just sat right there and told us that we would probably have to raise raise the taxes next year because she didn't have a crystal ball with her. We'd be in the same exact seat no matter which plan we go with. Next year, a tax increase could be likely either way. So it's not,
Probably.
so I mean, it's, again,
Well, we've consistently compared Montgomery County with other counties. Now, how did the surrounding counties get to where they are?
2 years ago, as I said last month, a couple of years ago, every spring, one of the things that I do, and one of the things that your HR director does, is call you over to the counties and see what they're paying. And we did that, and we've been competitive in years past. And so last year, when we called, we got the numbers that they were at. Well, when we went up $1,000 thinking that that would keep us marketable to them, they were doing the same market adjustment to their people, which moved that gap much wider. And now we've got our budget here in October. They've already had their budget in July, which widened the gap even more. And so timing, as I said last month, a lot of this is timing.
But somewhere along the way, there was a base set, and the base was built on. Now, we have to set a base, and then we have to build on that base.
Absolutely.
Now, we say that you have to have something to step on. Well, we have to have a base, and it's going to, it would be impossible to just move, just arbitrarily, capriciously, just make a giant leap. We're gonna have to take it in steps. So folks will have to understand that, because if we raise the pay beyond what the county can afford, then we're gonna go in debt to pay for it.
I understand, but the things I just proposed is within the 2-cent parameter. It's not
But-
asking you to go any further.
Okay, that's good. But then we got other departments and other employees. So what's going to happen next year is when all these other departments come in for the same thing. And they will, because when you're in the workforce, your cost of living does not go down. And when you're retired, it doesn't go down. So the people that are working are also going to be looking for some rewards for their labor. And if we make a giant leap in one department, or two departments, then the other department's gonna be looking for the same thing. So we have to be realistic in what we do.
I agree with you, Harvey, but that goes against the entire last meeting we had where our two biggest issues were recruitment and retention. Not all
No.
departments have those same issues.
I'm not sitting here to debate that issue. What I'm saying is, sure, recruitment and retention, but you can't deny a person that's making, say, $28,000 an opportunity to get an increase whenever we're giving other employees multiple digit increases. What's to stop them from leaving? And a lot of the department heads probably didn't come forward. I don't know why, but the bottom line is the sheriff had to start somewhere, and the other department heads will have to start someplace. But we have to take it in steps. And I think what we presented is good. May not be what we want, but here again, it's a start. We have to start someplace and then build on that. That's all I'm saying.
I understand, and I respect that. I just don't know why, I don't know how that 33,750 is gonna make a difference. I just don't. I appreciate your time.
The higher salaries aren't making a difference at the other departments either, are they? With all those vacancies statewide.
Sounds like you want me to give you an answer that I'm unable to give you, other than higher salaries would make us more tractable. That's the fundamental conversation here. Bottom line, as an old country saying, you come to the dance, now it's time to pay the fiddler. That's all I need to say. I can make a lot of things, but I can't make deputies. If you don't do what we're saying, we'll be right back here within a month or so because we don't have enough staff to perform the duties, and people will be telling you that they want better services. You're killing the messenger, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Any other questions or anything for the sheriff, anybody?
Well, I know that all the departments and all the people that's working want to make more money, that's for sure. But I just don't believe when you rationalize at what these deputies go through, if you're working in a department and you can go in there and you've got a safe environment to work in, it's a lot different than when you're going out there and you got people spitting on you, cussing you, wanting to kill you, just like that. I don't know, it was on the news a couple of days ago where two cops sitting there, or deputies, and somebody just run up and shot them. I mean, it's not, yeah, we need to look at raising all the departments, but I don't even know how you get people at $38,000. I mean, it was amazing to me that people would want to, risk their lives for that. Yeah, 38,000 doesn't guarantee we're going to get any more recruits. But like Chris just said, it does kind of make us a little more competitive. So that's all I got to say at this point in time.
Anyone else from the public want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. James Kearney, Captain, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. Thank you all for your time. I wrote down quite a bit because I didn't want to miss anything, but I did want to point out just a couple things. 111 West Main Street, Troy, North Carolina. Mr. Mack, to answer your question, out of respect, the other departments aren't having retention problems. You are exactly right. I'm all about being free and fair. I believe every employee deserves the right to get the same thing. But when you have a job open in another department and you got 40 applications for the money that position pays, then that position is at quo. That's status quo. Thank you, Henson. You made a very good point. I like the STEP program. I think it's great. I have been preaching on a STEP program for the county for a long time, but we got to have a STEP. We're below grade. So I'm here to ask y'all, please, go with what we need. I've been a deputy here for almost 19 years. I've stayed here. I've been blessed. The Lord took things from me and the Lord blessed me. So I wrote this down, and I'm just going to try not to read it and cry, but I'm just going to say it because it's from the heart. Our deputies and detention officer staff need the commissioners to see the long-term problems that we've been facing in the sheriff's office. This is not a new problem. It's been here a long time. The low pay in the sheriff's office has been an issue affecting the ability to retain and recruit deputies and detention officers for years. I have worked at the sheriff's office for 19 years. This is starting my 20th year. During the time, I have received offers from agencies surrounding the county for more pay. But I've chose to stay here because I felt like this is where the Lord has led me to serve, and I love my citizens. I love being here. And to answer the other question about pay, we've lost 3 deputies, and every one of them has made more than $10,000 going to the agencies right next to us. I've taken a second and third job, and I have a spouse that helps pay my money, help pay income into the home. When my first wife passed, those second and third jobs is what kept me paying my bills. Many employees don't have the ability to turn down higher paying jobs, and they cannot work 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. Why should they? It's not fair. I love what you said, because you're exactly right. We don't know what's going to happen to us each night. We stop a car, and all we're trying to do is protect our citizens. But why should they put their position? We have been significantly lower pay than any surrounding county, and with the crisis across the nation affecting law enforcement, we see this hurting us even more. Not only are our salaries low, but the minimum salary everywhere else. We have no merit certification pay increase to the deputies or the detention officers and staff. I heard a comment in past meetings that was said, pay increase is provided.
You can have my time.
Thank you, sir. Pay increase was provided for employees who obtained certifications. This has not been the case at the sheriff's office. Employees receive associate degrees. They receive advanced certifications. They receive certificates in specialized training and instructing, and their pay stays the same. Not only do these deputies deserve, but they require the need to increase their salaries. These increases need to be made to make the agency competitive with other agencies. As an agency, we also need a merit scale increase, which I do agree with the program. And thank you, Matthew, and everyone. I think it's a good program, but we just got to start. We got to start somewhere. We need to provide our employees with an incentive and continue their education and to develop them. I truly believe that without these steps here and here tonight, we will not be able to continue. We will continue the high turnover rate, which directly affects our agency, the morale, and the ability to work as a team, and the ability to serve our public. Everyone within the sheriff's office understands the circumstances in our county and working in a rural, low-budget county. But we don't understand what it appears to be the lack of concern and importance for making and protecting our citizens in our county a top priority. It's time that we make this a priority tonight and show the appreciation to our county and our deputies and our jail staff, and to show that you support them and will stand with them tonight. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Anyone else like to speak?
Thank you, ma'am. My name is William McIntyre, 139 Old Wagon Trail in Star. Just recently moved. Thank you, Madam Chairman, gentlemen. I've been employed here with Montgomery County Sheriff's Office for 15 years, make $35,000. So that's pretty close to what the starting pay sounds like it wants to be bumped up to. But I wrote some notes down. I've wanted to come up here and speak years past because this has been an issue, it seems like, ever since I've been here, but it's always been a little taboo that deputy sheriffs come to the county commissioner meeting unless we're here to provide security to you folks and the citizens that come to these meetings. Though Sheriff Watkins is standing up for us and provided us the opportunity to come before you tonight. I stand before you today on behalf of my family, my fellow deputies, and a citizen of this great county that I've called home for a number of years. I'm a resident, born and raised in Richmond County. I'm an 8-year Marine veteran, a proud veteran, and I'm a proud deputy. It's been harder over the years to keep that pride for being a deputy sheriff because I can't tell you how many people I've seen come and go. We're lucky if we get somebody to the 2-year mark that we want to allow the pay increase or the guaranteed percentage increase. I just want to ask you folks for your support on the sheriff's proposal for the raises for the sheriff's office. It's been a long time coming. And the sheriff mentioned to you folks some numbers of shortages that we are right now with 0 applications. I can tell you folks because a lot of folks within the sheriff's office come to me, I don't know, because I'm probably one of the older ones there, kind of like a father figure, I guess, senior deputy, what have you. We've got deputies standing in this room right now that have applications in with other agencies to go and make maybe not even $2,000 or $3,000 more, just to make a little extra money. We've got other deputies that I know have copies of their personnel files in order to apply for other agencies. So those 3 shortages are probably going to change to a lot more shortages. The opportunities before you folks, I know there's been a lot of stuff presented. Some of the stuff that I've read, you know, I've not even seen that, so you've got a lot more time into the budgets than I could ever even consider. But you got an opportunity to keep some of these deputies that actually live in this county, that do a wonderful job from day to day, that have a reason to want to work and do a good job in this county. But we've got a lot of deputies that work for the agency that live outside of this county, that come in and do a wonderful job. Something as simple as getting the pay up close, getting the pay up away from the bottom of the scale, creating a step program, which is great. Say what the sheriff said again and what was said before me by Captain Kearney. We got to have a step to step on before we start the step program. But those deputies could leave any time and go back to their home counties and make easily $10,000 or $12,000 more than they do here. One last thing, Captain Andre Garner that just recently retired, I've been in his office many times before and had BLET graduates, rookies, coming out of basic law enforcement training. Tell him that the only reason they apply with Montgomery County is because they've heard it's a good place to train. I'm tired of this county being a good place to train. I'd like to have deputies that want to stay here and have a need to stay here, which will in turn be part of the future of Montgomery County and have a better law enforcement agency here to support the citizens of this county. I pray you folks allow God to guide you in your decisions. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak?
I'm Detective John Taylor Darner with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. I live at 382 Small Road in Bisto, North Carolina. Not many people knows where that's at. So I investigate the majority of sex crimes for Montgomery County, and for me to do that, it takes a lot of determination. And with that determination, I make $35,000 a year to do what I do, to see what I have to see. And I don't know about y'all, but would y'all like to see some of that stuff? Would y'all like to see what I have to look at every day for $35,000 a year?
I've seen it.
But would you want to see it for $35,000?
I made less than that when I saw it,
Yes, ma'am.
because I worked at DSS.
Yes, ma'am, you did. But what about these others?
I don't know about the others, but I know.
And it's horrible. And I have seen from when I started, approximately 7 years ago, this coming November, I've seen people come and go so fast, it's made my head spin. To reiterate what Sergeant McIntyre just said, we have seen at least 30 employees within 7 years, at least 30. That is just doing rough numbers in my head. I have seen all my partners, when I first started, within a year and a half, go away to leave me as a senior deputy on my road shift. The only person above me was my sergeant. Now that is sad. And to increase the pay to $33,750 for someone just starting on the road, whereas I make $35,000, is not good. I could go a mile down the road and work for Moore County and get way more money. So to make us marketable, the pay increase that the sheriff is asking for is, in my opinion, reasonable. I do like the pay increase, or the pay level, or the tier system. That is all well and good, because I've seen deputies that make $39,000, and I know that for a fact because that was my father before he retired, being Captain Andre Garner. I've seen him leave because he got tired of it. He got being played like a fool, is what he told me. And we lost a great deputy and a great supervisor in him over that. I don't know what it would take, but $33,750 for a starting out pay is not it. And to reiterate what Commissioner Crisco said earlier, we do not get paid enough for the job that we do. We do not get paid enough to go out here and deal with some of these people that we have to deal with, to get in fights, to fear for my life, to be scared to not come home to my 2 children is not a good feeling for me. That is not something I want to have to go through, especially for the pay that I make, which is $35,000 a year. Is that what us deputies are worth for y'all's security? For everybody in Montgomery County, the citizens? Is that what we are worth? I don't think so. I think we deserve better as a sheriff's office. I think we deserve better as a community. And I don't speak just for the sheriff's office. I also think that for DSS as well. I think that for the health department, the water department. We need the increase to keep our employees, to keep everybody. We are seeing too many go at such a high speed. It is ridiculous. I believe I'm done. There's a lot more I can say, but I will not. I appreciate your support, Mr. Hinton. You, Mr. Crisco. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Well, I had some notes prepared, but I'm just going to throw them away. People said a whole lot. I know every one of y'all, personally know every one of you, and I respect every one of you, and I respect your decision tonight. I was one of those in 1996 that left the county for more money. I got a $3,000 raise to leave and go to another agency. Now, God has brought me back to this county, and I've been working here for several years, ever since Jordan's last term in his election. People before y'all have had chances to do this and make it right. I just ask you tonight to be the ones that actually makes this right. And like he said, it's not only sheriff's office, I'm talking DSS, I'm talking the water department, I'm talking dispatchers, the jail staff. Every one of those deserve this so that we can keep good people here and stop being a training ground for the rest of the state. Thank you.
Counsel, let me ask you, you would prefer that everyone get the same raise as opposed to the step plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm asking for you to go with the 6250 for the raise of the critical departments is what
If
was
it were less
proposed.
than that, you'd still prefer that everybody got the same? If it's not 6250, whatever it is, you'd prefer the flat across the board instead of...
I don't think that,
step
I think that 6250, Commissioner Matheny, would be the only thing that would make us marketable. I think anything below that would make it just a drop in the bucket and we'd be in the same shape and we'd be back to see y'all next year. If we could last that long.
You won't see me next year, but you see some of the others. I said you won't see me next year, but you'll see some of the others.
Congratulations on your retirement. Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Kelsey.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. Nakia Rebels, 204 Bryan Circle in Richmond County, Rockingham, North Carolina. I am one of those officers that Sergeant spoke about who lives outside of the county but still works in Montgomery County. There's only two matters that I want to speak to you about. One is that the difference between, sir, the other departments in asking for a raise for their employees and what you guys have already identified as hotspots, being DSS, the Utilities Department, Water Department, dispatch, deputies, and detention officers, and those positions require certifications. In order for us to be able to maintain our job in a detention setting or in a deputy setting, I'm dual certified with Montgomery. I'm a deputy and a detention officer. In order for the Water Department or somebody with the Department of Social Services or a nurse, they have to maintain certifications. There's your difference when you're talking about these different areas where they don't have to have a certification. That takes a lot. That's state mandated. If the sheriff hires somebody and they don't keep their certification, that person has to go. So you're talking about these hot spots in your county that require specialized training. And that's why they're asking for to be recognized, not just based on them being an individual, but on the additional certifications and the additional stresses that go along with acquiring and maintaining those certifications. The second matter that I'd like to address is one of the statements that was made when Sheriff Watkins said that there is a shortage all over the state and all over the nation. He is correct in that. I teach BLET for Sand Hills Community College. I've been teaching for Sand Hills for 12 years. I teach the rookies when they come in. And even our schools are suffering in trying to get applicants to come and be a part of that basic training program. But the problem is that when you're competing with Guilford County and Forsyth County that has 12 and 13 openings, if you see a salary at Montgomery for $32,000, and now you've got an opportunity to go to Forsyth or Guilford for $40,000, or right next door at Moore County Sheriff's Office at making $40,000 a year, then that pool has just lessened because now we are having to compete with another agency, and we can't because we don't have the funds. I thank you for your time. I'm asking if you would consider the $6,250 across the board for each one of these hotspots, taking into consideration the additional certifications, taking into consideration that we are competing in a small pool that we don't compete with at all, which makes that even smaller. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else?
Thanks, Tanya. 181 Eastway Road. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm from the Health Department. And like Sheriff Watkins' agency, our agency also is having problems with recruiting and retaining our nurses. We would like to also tell you a little bit about the programs that we offer at the Health Department so that you understand how important it is that we have a fully staffed agency to provide the care that we need for our residents here in Montgomery County. My name is Lupe Peña. I'm an RN, and I'm the maternity coordinator at the health department. I have been employed by the health department for 20 years, and maternity is a state mandated program. Therefore, we must make it available to the residents that live in Montgomery County. We offer a comprehensive program. We are the only agency in the county that offers prenatal care. In 2018, Montgomery County offered maternity services to 1/3 of the patients that delivered in our county. So we have a good amount of patients that prefer not to have to travel outside our county to get prenatal care. Our main goal is to provide early and regular prenatal care, which improves the chances of having a healthy baby. The maternity program can be a very challenging and very time-consuming program, mostly due to our patient population. Our county contributes patients with drug addiction, including opioids, chronic medical conditions, mental health issues, psychosocial issues, teen pregnancy, advanced maternal age, and other conditions. Our primary focus with maternity and our other programs is to serve the public. We do that by providing a broad variety of programs, including child health, family planning, communicable disease, including TB, sexually transmitted diseases, primary care, and now COVID-19. Our programs target children, teens, and adults. We understand that our patients must feel we accept and respect them. We know that we must be accessible to them. Our patients most of the time can call and speak to a nurse directly, something that is uncommon with many other providers, where you have to leave a message and get a return call 2 or 3 days later. Currently, with COVID-19, people are afraid and have many questions and concerns. We receive many calls throughout the day regarding COVID-19, stressing our nurses to their max. We understand that we must continue to be available to our community. That is what public health is about, being available and serving our community. That is why we are here today. We are very concerned about losing so many nursing staff. We must be fully staffed to provide the care that we have been entrusted with. In the last 20 years, I have seen many nurses leave due to poor salary. In the last 2 years, we have lost 6 nurses. And we have been a training ground for new nurses in the last few years, which involves increased responsibility, work, and extra time that takes away from your main responsibilities. Public health is very complex. Nurses have to be trained in many different programs and be up to date on current medical events. All our nurses are trained to be able to cover any program or deal with any problem related to public health at any given time. It takes approximately 1.5 years to train a new nurse to the point that she feels comfortable before working by herself. As an emergency response agency, we must be trained to deal with any natural or public crisis, which is what we are currently doing with COVID-19. We have been in the forefront providing testing, case investigation, education. We have been available to serve our community, but we need your help. We need to be able to recruit and retain nurses, and the only way we will be able to do that is to increase our salary, therefore becoming competitive. There is no question that public health is needed now and in the future. Therefore, we must be prepared. In the next 3 years, there will be an exodus of nurses from the health department. We currently have 10 nurses, including our supervisors. 6 of those nurses will be retiring. We are talking about nurses that have been there 10 to 20 years. These nurses have a wealth of experience and knowledge which will be lost when they leave. We must be able to hire new nurses before these nurses leave so they can be trained and share their knowledge. Therefore, we ask that you now make a difference. Public health is needed, and we must be prepared and ready for the next public health crisis. Therefore, we ask that you take this salary increase request into very serious consideration. Thank you. And I have an additional letter from another nurse that was not able to come today that I would like to read as well.
you won't have time. Is this one that was emailed to them earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, they all have it.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for
Okay,
coming.
thank you.
Deputy James Llewellyn, 464 Mansworm Road, Troy, North Carolina. Y'all have heard from captains, sheriffs, sergeants, all the higher-ups, detectives, everybody with rank. I'm here to represent the little guy that's at the bottom of the ladder. I'm that 32-750 guy, okay? I'm gonna tell you a little bit of something about myself. I'm a Navy vet. I got into law enforcement late, at 39 years old. I felt it was a calling that I wanted to do, and I've loved it ever since. I've never felt like I've worked. I've always worked in this county. I've been at the sheriff's office about 6 years now. When you talk about raising this pay up to a competitive level, Captain Kearney's our training officer. He can tell you, I got a stack of certifications. I'm a field training officer. I train other deputies to make the same thing that I make right out of rookie school. I'm radar certified, I'm FST certified, I'm NTOC certified. I have a lot of certifications. I go to school whenever I can. I never pass up a school. I'm a general instructor. I teach classes to cops. So this 6250 is a real good start as far as keeping us. Now I'm going to go back on something that the sheriff said about the 2 spots that are open in Randolph. I was offered one of those spots. That's a $10,000 pay raise for me to go over there. That's just their base pay. And they pay for certifications. They pay for the experience that the officers have. We only have 2 FTOs. The other one is Darrell Latham back there. He has 3 years experience. He's already trained deputies to be good deputies. And I think we have an outstanding crew of deputies that work at the sheriff's office. So I would just like for y'all to put a lot of thought into this across the board pay raise, because it would be much appreciated and I think much deserved. And we can step up from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One eleven West Main Street, Troy. Hey guys, I'm not gonna get real in-depth about this. I've spoke to several of y'all on the phone recently, and I appreciate you taking your time to talk to me. I've called everybody on the board in front of me. It's very simple. We're bleeding people. The nation itself is bleeding law enforcement. We all bleed blue. We're all in law enforcement. There is not enough want for the need that is out there. So my question is, what is the community safety and security worth? I have 14 years in law enforcement. I have a college degree. I have numerous certifications and thousands of training hours. I work 2 jobs to stay here. I was working 3 jobs, but I got a better second job. It's not right. And that's what it comes down to, is right is right and wrong is wrong. I'm fortunate I'm a detective, so I do make 35. I have a caseload of over 40 cases. That's a lot. We're only supposed to work 40 hours a week. So do the math there. Something that I saw on the news this morning on ABC News. Everybody has been to Hobby Lobby, I hope. The starting hourly wages at Hobby Lobby is $17 an hour. That's roughly $35,000 a year. Something to think about. I understand budgets. I get it. I do. Next year, there's probably going to be an increase. But to keep up with society and the need that is there, there's going to have to be something. And I think the STEP program's great. It is. You have to have a foot to stand on. And that 6,200 will give us a foot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
My name is Jeffrey Peterkin, and I live at 198 Cold Valley Lane, Mount Gilead. And I've been with the detention center now for 11 years. Yeah, excuse me, kind of a new little thing right here. But in my 11 years being there at the detention center, I've seen a lot of good officers come and go. And like I said, it's just that when it comes down to it, what it boils down to, and what everybody here is basically saying, it's a struggle. And even as a citizen and a taxpayer here in Montgomery County, it kind of scares me, because I hear that it's a struggle for me to have security, either by, if I have a perpetrator that comes into my home, calling 911, having that person locked up and placed in jail. At the jail, like I said, we have to obtain and hold that person. And it puts us in a position to where we have to deal with them, we have to maintain, we have to make sure we keep them secure to protect the community. And like I say, it's kind of it's worrisome. It really is. And like I said, there's plenty of time. Like I said, I've been with the jail now for going on 11 years, and I've become a sergeant throughout that time. But in that 11 years, I have to maintain a second job, and it's not to mention other staff. Like I said, I'm a ranking officer. There's even officers above me that also have to maintain a second job to provide, and they have kids and families, and they have to seek assistance, because for them, once you pay basically one or two bills, that's it. You've got to hustle and bustle until the next pay period. And it's something that, you know, it's rough. And when you have other options that come open that's 10, 20 minutes down the road, like I said, a great pay increase, just being another detention officer off the street in Randolph County, you're making, like I said, about $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 more also. Because like I said, they decide to go ahead and allocate that money out like that. And it's rough. Like I said, I've talked to a lot of officers, and like I said, I have officers on my shift. I had one guy that worked on my shift for 3 months. He enjoyed the county, he enjoyed the job, but he just couldn't make it. He said, I've got to do something else. I like having a roof over my head, and I like to sleep in a bed. I can't sleep out of my car. So it's understandable. He had it, and he went back to truck driving. He came from truck driving and went back to truck driving. And so basically, that sums it up for me pretty much in a nutshell. Is there any questions or anything?
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Greg Parsons, 330 South School Street, Camden, North Carolina. Mr. Chairman, Commission, I sent everybody a letter last week so I could minimize the amount of, well, I didn't know I was only going to get 3 minutes, but I sent everybody a letter, and I hope that you got it, because it has a lot of detail in it, has a lot of information. Kind of like Sheriff Watkins said, you know, I've been doing this since 1980, and I worked with state government for a long time, and then come over to help out here. I'm trying not to touch this thing here. Everybody's had their hands on it since they've been up here. I'm scared of the COVID. Anyway, I just brought a couple of notes, because I think that the letter that I wrote to you all, I didn't get any responses from anybody. I hope all of you got them. Mr. Mack, did you? I tried to get you today. Did you get my letter?
I called you back, but
Yeah, did you get my letter?
I don't know.
It was email.
It's probably on there.
Yeah, and Mr. Matheny, I didn't get a hold of you. Did you get it? All right, thank you. I'd love to be able to not say the same thing that's been said over and over, but it's going to be impossible at this point. Retaining and recruitment. I've done this for it's 40 years. 40 years just about, total time since I started this business. I've never seen anything like this, ever. And I can tell you it boils down to the base pay. You know, officers are making $28,650, and they can go to the next county over and make $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 more. I read an article in Randolph County, just so you know, in January they're hiring 19 new detention officers. They're building a new wing, and of course they're going to be paying on all, those opportunities are going to be there. We gotta figure out a way to retain and recruit. These are hard to fill positions. It's already been proven. All the data's been done. The research has been done by the county manager and on their staff. We had a 60% turnover rate since I've been here. It's tough. Applications are few and far between. I get out on my days off and go around to ministers in the community and business owners say, hey, do you know got anybody in your community or anybody at your church or anybody in your family that might be interested in starting a career? Just trying to get them on that base. What does it pay? I never hear back from them. What does it pay? I said, well, it starts out at $28,650. The recommendation the sheriff's made at the $62.50 would just get us at the bottom end of the medium salary with our neighboring counties. Lots of people, somebody said today, there'll be other people that want that amount of money too. Well, I ask them to come do our job, come stand in our shoes. Every job's hard, every job's tough. Everybody, if you're putting any effort into it, every job's tough. But they need to come stand in the shoes of a detention officer or one of these deputies. You know, the water plant, we gotta have water to survive. The 911 offices, I know, I talked to the manager the director over there at the 911 office, and he's every time I talk to him, he said, I can't find anybody for that amount of money. It's very low. I can't tell you exactly what it is. I like the matrix system. I think it's a great idea. I've pitched it every year. I've said, hey, we need a matrix system. We got to get. I can't have Sergeant Peterkin with 11 years, and the sergeant that we just made a sergeant last week well, maybe 2 months ago, making exactly the same thing with 11 years. We need a matrix, but I think you got to have that foundation. You got to have that foundation to stand on. And without that bottom pace for the deputies, for our detention staff, and all the other 2 or 3, whatever it was, the essential, they call them essential workers, the ones that are here at hurricanes and tornadoes. Dottie, I know you were part of that, you know. But, you know, us directors, we have to be there, but all of our detention officers have to be there. Make plans for your family, because we got a hurricane coming and you got to be at work. Snowstorm, it's going to snow 24 inches in 2001, wasn't it? January 2001, 24 inches. I had to tell my staff, plan to stay here. Make plans for your family because you're going to be staying here for about 3 or 4 days. And we had to stay at the prison for 3 or 4 days while the snowstorm, because we got to run the thing. I appreciate everything that y'all are doing. Oh, let me get to the end of that. The STEP program, the matrix program. I think we can address it. I think if you address this right now, the base pay right now, it would stop the bleeding in these essential, these critical positions. Just a handful, you know, out of the whole county, a handful of the critical positions. I think it would stop that bleeding. And yeah, they're going to still say, I still make the same thing as the person that started last week, but you all put that on your agenda in next year, in January. Start talking about February, get a matrix system where we can get a little bit of division between the person who's been there one day and the person who's been there for 11 years. It's the same. I appreciate it. Y'all have any questions?
Here, you got me spooked on how to spray this podium now for the next person.
Yeah. Greg, I wasn't going to touch it. Everybody had their hands up there.
Greg, how many openings do you have for detention?
Right now we have 2. Which is we only have 22 staff, so 18. We got 2 out of 18 officers missing. We're going to fill one, I hope, but who knows? Applications are extremely difficult to find.
Is that included with the 5 that are open with you, or is that make it 7 open between the 2?
That would be inclusive of the 7.
So there's 7 openings between detention and your department.
Yeah, correct.
All right. That's all I wanted.
No, 5.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Deputy John Watkins, 111 West Main Street. I've been in Montgomery County Sheriff's Office for 2 years. Wrote a long speech. I'm just going to hit on the high spots. We provide services the average person couldn't or wouldn't. We make pennies on the dollar to what other counties make. For doing the same jobs. Our benefits come out of our own pockets, whereas other counties are paid for by the county. A lot of our own equipment comes out of our own pockets. Many of us work second, third jobs just to make ends meet. And when we're doing that, you're not getting the best service out of our primary job, which is serving our communities. And when officers are having to make that sacrifice, the community is having to make that sacrifice. And that's wrong. We work nights, weekends, holidays, not only sheriff's office, but DSS as well. I can tell you I've called many one out at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Plus, right now, our health department staff with COVID, they're overwhelmed and possibly having to work extra jobs on top of that. We've lost several to higher paying agencies. And I'm just going to be honest, and I put myself out there a little bit, but I can verify that my sergeant is right because I have 4 copies of my F3 right now. In closing, I think it's time we get back to a golden opportunity instead of the bare minimum.
Can I ask you, what benefits do you pay for?
What's that?
You mentioned you pay for your own
Health,
benefits.
dental, vision, life insurance, all of it.
You pay how much?
I couldn't give you an exact figure per check, but other counties it's 100% covered.
Matthew, what is our employee contribution for health benefits?
I think for the basic 70/30 state health plan, it's $25 a month, and then if you upgrade to the 80/20, it's $8.50.
Which is mandated by the state health plan, which we're on, which is a better plan than most of the other counties have.
Okay, but what I'm saying is the other counties pay that contribution towards it for their deputies.
Okay, well, I won't debate it with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
No offense to anybody, but since I started, I'm gonna wipe it down every time. I'm gonna say anybody got the cookie, but whatever.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Deputy Gerald, 111 West Main Street, North Carolina, Troy. Same basic thing that everybody else has been saying tonight. We do a hard job, and we don't do it for a lot of pay. You can go to a surrounding county, get $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 more a year. They do yearly increases for experience. They do it for cost of living increases that none of that's been spoken about tonight, but I understand we're working with the budget. We do a really hard job. We do things that nobody else wants to do. We see things that nobody else wants to see, as Detective Garner was telling us about. The bottom line is 2% is not going to keep any of us here. It will not. I mean, I love this county just as much as everybody else standing in this room. That's why we're here. I mean, you have the entire sheriff's office here because we know that this has to be done in order for this county to continue to operate. And without us, this county, it'll turn like Chicago because we have a lot of crime here, but we're keeping it at bay. So I pray that y'all keep that in mind when you vote tonight, okay?
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you. Matthew, you getting good at that.
Huh?
Getting good at that.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Rhonda Wright. I am at 140 Lost Lake Drive, Troy. And on behalf of everybody, thank you everybody for the opportunity to speak. I just briefly want to come at you with a little bit different perspective and give you my story. I moved to Montgomery County in 2001 as a paramedic, so that's how I kind of came to know, obviously, law enforcement. We interact quite a bit. Since that time, I've gone on to become a nurse and then a nurse practitioner, so I've been in healthcare for over 25 years. And I look back over my career, I've had the opportunity, and let me just say real quickly, when you're talking about EMS and nursing, and I completely understand where these ladies are coming from, we are a cost, we don't produce income, and we know that. We're a service that is provided, that is needed, we are necessary to function in whatever role that we play in. A little bit different as a nurse practitioner, but I get that. But along the way in my career, what I have found is that I have personally invested in myself, time-wise, financially, and that type of thing. What I've also learned is my employers have invested in me, not just financially and what it costs to hire me and pay me, but the time. And then what happens when I leave and they lose me because I've worked really hard to be somewhere, and then they have to pay somebody else to come in, and you have this perpetual cycle that we've heard that the Sheriff's Department has talked about, that we're now hearing that the Health Department is talking about, DSS, water service, and that type of thing. So I'm asking you to consider in your voting tonight, when you're looking for what is best for this budget, is to look at these guys as investment and return, not just what they cost us as a county, because without them, we don't have law enforcement. We don't have healthy babies from the Health Department, water service, and those things. So I'm just asking you to simply think about it, not just from the numbers, because numbers are important. I am a number, I get that, we all are. And it's part of life, it's part of budgeting. And I don't envy your job, and I respect you and thank you for the hard job that you have to do for that. But I'm asking you to think about Montgomery County, not just where we are this week, this month, this year, but where we're going forward in the next however many years. These guys, I want them here, and I mean guys, gals, these women and men who serve us and take care of us. So I'm asking you to think about them as investment and return, not just how little can we do or what's the best way to put them into our budget. So think about it that way. And it looks like the stepwise approach is a good approach. And again, I just ask you to weigh it that way and think about these guys in a little bit different light, as opposed to the hard stories that they've had to tell. I don't know their story per se. That's not my story. This is my story. And I appreciate your time. And I thank you for all that you've done for our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Laura Watkins, and I live at 213 First Street. Thank you for having us today. My name's Laura Watkins. I'm a registered nurse at the Montgomery County Department of Health. I work with communicable disease. Being the communicable disease nurse has a lot of responsibilities. If you did not know, there's over 70 reportable diseases that have to be reported in North Carolina. Every case has to be reported, investigated, evaluated if the disease is reportable. Communicable disease is a never-ending process. A new reportable disease that has been reported is COVID. Each positive or probable case has to be reviewed, investigated, and interviewed along with the 70 other diseases that are reportable. Contacts have to be established and reported along with the communicable disease team. Other nurses within the health department have to follow up on COVID cases. We are in a pandemic. As a health department role, we have to serve and protect the community. We answer several calls a day. It could be a mother who needs guidance for her child, or a child who is concerned about their parents. If businesses, facilities, or anyone within the community has questions, especially during a time of crisis, we are a facility they reach out to. As nurses, we play an important role in the community. We are compassionate about our jobs and want to protect the citizens in Montgomery County, just like the other nurses that are presenting in front of you today. Not only do we do communicable disease, we do family planning, maternity, child health, immunizations, and serve within the community. The concern that we bring in front of you today is the health department, as we are short-staffed, all nurses, overworked, and underpaid. We do work multiple roles within the health department. The surrounding counties are paying their nurses more than what we make at Montgomery County Health Department. We are losing staff due to not meeting the pay scale that we deserve. We are not hiring staff now due to too much pay decrease if they were to take a nursing position in Montgomery County Health Department. It's a never-ending cycle that will not change unless changes are made. The staff you hear today are asking you to make a change. Please consider changing the pay to meet the surrounding counties. As a registered nurse, I could go a county over and make more than I make right now. I work 2 jobs just like other nurses do. Think about if we don't have a good base pay, the other nurses coming in or nurses that we're retiring, we won't be replaced. What's going to happen? If we have a good base pay that could keep the nurses and also hire new nurses, that would help. Please keep that in mind. Staff may not be here next time due to finding their higher pay in surrounding counties. Thank you.
Thank you.
She didn't touch it, so I don't have to look.
All right, my name is Sunshine Dennis. My address is 2410 Flint Hill Road, Troy. Dear Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing me a few minutes of your time. Again, Sunshine Dennis is my name, and I'm the Child Health and Immunization Nurse for the Montgomery County Department of Health. In our Child Health program, we see newborns up to 21-year-olds. We provide well child checks, sick visits, school and sports physicals, lab services, developmental screenings, and ensure these children are up to date with their vaccines. I am new to this role, but I do enjoy very much what I do and the people I work with. There's a great group of nurses down there in the health department, and I enjoy very much to work with those ladies. It will be years before I become an expert in this role, as there is tons of information to learn. Hopefully, when COVID restrictions are relaxed, I will be able to attend workshops and attain my enhanced roles credentials. That is something that is required by the state, that I attend that program and get those credentials. I do have my bachelor's in nursing and have been a nurse for almost 16 years, and this role is probably the most demanding role as a nurse I've had. And for the first time in my career in 16 years, I just picked up a PRN job, part-time job where I am working to offset the pay cut I took to come here. Public health is defined as the art and science of preventing disease, prolonging life, and promoting health through the organized efforts of society. Wouldn't you want people trained, knowledgeable, and dedicated to provide these services to the people of Montgomery County? In the August 26 Montgomery Herald, the salaries of certain positions from certain departments were presented, and nursing pay for Montgomery County was about $4,000 less than the average of 5 surrounding counties. I live in the northern part of the county, up near the Randolph County line, and I could drive 30 minutes in the other direction and be paid almost $10,000 more a year for the same position as a public health nurse 3. Just make us equal. We all want growth for the county. We all want these factories and businesses to come. Who provides the maternity services and child health, immunization, family planning service to these families from these workers that are brought over from different countries, different states, when most of them have no insurance, no health insurance? The health department provides these services. You want the factories for our economies. The factories need workers, and these workers have families that need care. Again, most of them no health insurance. They come to us. We want to see the county grow as you want to see the county grow, as do I. But we must ensure the health and well-being of the people here. In order to do that, we must be able to recruit and retain knowledgeable and hardworking staff. And I think better salaries would help do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening. My name is Lisa Poindexter. I live at 258 Saunders Road here in Troy, North Carolina. I'm an RN at Montgomery County Health Department. I started working here in 2005, 15 years ago, and I have been a nurse for 28 years. As you have heard from others and will continue to hear, the roles of the public health nurses are ever-reaching. I presently am coordinator of the Women's Health Program, Family Planning, and Primary Care. I work closely with our community programs as well as our local school nurses, advocating for health prevention, teen pregnancy prevention, and women's health issues. What many on the outside don't know is that public health is constantly changing, and we constantly need to change with it. The knowledge that the nurses possess here has taken years to acquire and can't easily or quickly be replaced. As a single parent for 18 years, I thought that when I started here, that the health department would provide me with enough income to raise my child. However, during a 9-year period with no raises, I had to take a second job as a CNA instructor just to supplement my income. I know that this should never happen to someone with an RN degree working in a job that is this important. Like my coworkers, that 9-year lapse in salary increases has and continue to haunt us. We hope that the time has come to make this right, to make sure that we keep the staff we still have, and to make sure we can hire new staff at an improved salary in the future. We have already lost many qualified nurses and other staff to other county health departments due to low wages. Please support the $6,000 raise that has been proposed so that we can continue to serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jody Carlson. I live at 103 Van Orf, West End 27376. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Communicable Disease Coordinator for Montgomery County. I am here today to petition for fair and equitable pay for myself and the other nurses at the health department. I have been a nurse for 25 years. I am a veteran who has served this country as a military officer and Air Force nurse. I have worked in the private sector as well as an ICU nurse and faculty member for several academic institutions. Unfortunately, this job has provided the least amount of monetary compensation. This is very disheartening in light of the contributions the health department nurses have made historically and especially now during the COVID-19 pandemic. As a communicable disease nurse, I am tasked with many responsibilities every single day that few people in this county would be willing to commit to. I do it because I love nursing, but more importantly, I care about the health and safety of those I serve, the residents of Montgomery County. Just so you know, communicable disease nurses investigate many things. We investigate things like chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, HIV, tuberculosis, hepatitis A, B, and C, influenza, foodborne illnesses like salmonella, vector-borne illnesses, and COVID-19. Additionally, COVID-19 deaths. That's my day-to-day work at the health department. We are on call 24 hours a day to respond to communicable disease emergencies. I have provided guidance and reassurance to individual citizens, daycare centers, schools, nursing homes, law enforcement individuals, many businesses, and possibly one of you or one of your family members. The guidance that the health department has provided to the community, especially during COVID-19, has helped to combat the spread of infection, which has contributed to Montgomery County's overall health and financial stability. I am hoping that you value this community's health and economic stability as much as the nurses at the health department do. Please do not jeopardize a community by not making efforts to retain the current nursing staff and attract new talent. Things will only get worse as the nursing shortage continues to grow in the state of North Carolina and across the country. Increased monetary compensation increases retention, reliability, and sustainability of our current programs like communicable diseases, family planning, maternal health, pregnancy care management, pediatrics, and immunizations. Without nurses today and in the future, these programs are at risk, which means that this county is at risk. Please don't let this opportunity to increase monetary compensation for nurses jeopardize the health and welfare of this community. We nurses deserve fair pay, just as the residents of this county have a right to the services from the nurses at the health department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, how y'all doing? I'm Cassie Kaufman, 1385 Lovejoy Road. I've been working with the detention center for 2.5 years, and I'm asking y'all an important question. I want stability. And when I say that, let me tell you what this means. When we get paid, I know I'm underpaid. I love my job, and I stay in this community. But now I'm facing a choice of whether this is stability for my child. I'm being forced to choose to go somewhere else. I'm being forced to choose, is this going to work for my child? You're asking me to work and do my job like I do, and I love it. But at the same time, you're asking me not take care of my child either. I have to sit there and dictate whether I'm going to pay a light bill or I'm going to put food on the table. All I'm asking is for all these people out here that are asking you, it's not that they're asking money, they're asking for stability. They're asking for the ability to take care of their families. None of them want to leave. We all love this community. We're just asking for the chance to actually survive. That's all I've heard tonight. Every one of them is asking, hey, can we have the chance to survive? Can we show what we got our potential for? Y'all put so much money in the training courses and everything else, and then you're giving the golden ticket to another county. They're walking. They're going to another county, they're taking that ticket, and they are benefiting from it. We are wasting money training to benefit another county. Why? Why are we doing that? We're supposed to take care of Montgomery. This is our home. This is our community. Every one of them means something. Every one of them have homes. They have kids to take care of. And you're forcing them to make a choice of whether they can pay their bills. I'm not asking for nothing. I have nothing luxury. I'm going to tell you that now. I can't afford it. I'm just asking for stability to give me peace of mind. I deal with enough into jail, just like these men and women do out here. Take that stress from us. Let us do our job. Let us show us what we're capable of. Because when you take that stress away from them, you will see improvement in everything. These men and women are not asking for much. All they're asking for is the ability to live. And you got to look at it like this too. They have stayed, a lot of them have stayed in this county for so long, being underpaid. It's not about the money. It's about the respect that they have for their community. They will be the first ones there for you. They're asking for the ability to stay. You're forcing their hands. And that's what I'm asking y'all. Because not only are y'all forcing me out, but you're forcing me to understand that if these men walk, who's going to protect us? I deal with those inmates every day. They are not people you want on the street again. And what happens if all these people go away? Are you going to pay the bill to rehouse them? That's more than what you're having to pay for just asking help. That's a lot more on the county. These men and women, some of them have applications in other places. That's scary. That's a scary thought. That the ones that we have all the knowledge, all of them that have the criteria, the certification, are walking. That's a golden ticket to another county. They don't have to pay for it. Why are we wasting money? You're open yourself. I want to be honest. I know it costs $5,000 to send one of us to school. I have been there for 2.5 years and watched 12 go. Wasted money. Why are we doing that? That's a lot of money for all 12 of them that could put back in the community. All I'm asking is to help these people have stability. I love my community. I love the people I work for. And I'm asking for the chance to actually stay. I don't want my hand forced. And that's what it's coming down to. My baby means more to me than me not having nothing. I'm tired of having to choose between putting that bread on the table or paying for a light bill. I shouldn't have to do that. None of these should have to do that. We're the community. We're the ones that's going to be there for y'all. That's not a lot. The 62-5 or even the 2-step is wonderful because it shows that you care. It shows that you actually want us to stay. I don't want to see none of these men go. All that knowledge is being wasted. And let me tell you something. A new detention officer in the jail is havoc. You don't understand. If they don't know something and they go to deal with the unruly, they're going to get hurt. And we're already understaffed. I'm one of the ones that work, and I have many that work overtime. And I watch it. And, you know, you got to take in the security risks of not just letting all this knowledge go, but the fact that you're going to have new officers you're going to train. They're not going to have the knowledge or the ability to listen and do what they're got to do with those inmates. Let me say something. A lot of these officers, it's a rotating door of inmates. They know how to handle them. They know how to get them calm. You got new officers coming in, you're going to have officers hurt. You're going to have lawsuits. You're going to have all kinds of stuff because they're not going to know how to handle these inmates. 2.5 years I've been there, and I'm telling you, every one of them means something, down to the nurses, down to the department. These people are what's making Montgomery County. Let's not take that training and that golden ticket to another county. Let them survive. Let them have stability. I hope y'all have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So mine's gonna be short and sweet. I split my working hours between being a finance officer and being an emergency services personnel as an EMT with Randolph County. I understand budgets. They're not easy. The ones that have been proposed, none of them, I feel like there's a loser in every situation. But we have a group of people here in this county that wake up every day and they go and they fight for these people in the county. They fight for their citizens. And they do it because they love their citizens. They stay here because they love their citizens. They put their lives on the line every day for a career that is so ingrained in who they are that they can't imagine doing anything else. But they also go on their days off and work 2 and 3 other jobs because we've not invested that same love in them. We've let them get to a point where they're leaving, and I'm saying this as someone who works in another county in emergency services. If these guys were to leave and go to Randolph County, they'd have the support they need. That's why when he gave those numbers, y'all heard Randolph County mentioned all night long. That's why when he gave those numbers, there's 2 openings, I think he said, in Randolph, because those officers there know, and that's nursing, that's everyone. They know they have the support. When they get up, when they go and put their badge on, put their stethoscope around their neck, they have support. And I feel like you've heard several times tonight that these officers don't feel that. These nurses don't feel that. The detention officers don't feel that. And we've got to do better. We've got to do better for our people who are fighting every day for us. As a finance officer, I've never had somebody call me because they're in a life-threatening situation. But I have as an EMT. And these police officers do every day. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else at all?
Deputy Sanchez, 126 Elliott Road, Jackson Springs. How y'all doing tonight? I don't have notes. I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I live in Bell Acres. I grew up in Bell Acres. I was born in Troy. I don't know how the call volume was before me. I'm about a year right now in. Ever since I've been in Bell Acres, our call volume has went down. I mean, just my presence there, the patrol car being just parked in the front yard has made a difference. Even if it's from just running the stop sign to people just hanging around. These gentlemen, ladies behind me, the hospital, when we take them a involuntary commitment person, they have to pull somebody from the field to assist this person and stay there and watch them. What I'm asking is, I want to stay here. I want to work for this county. I mean, I grew up here. I've been told by people I went to patrol school with, hey, you speak Spanish too. You're bilingual. Why don't you come here? You'll make more money. There's been days I'm off duty. I've been called by dispatch. Hey, can you translate the language line? We're not getting to them. Can you translate? And when we've handled those calls, I've handled them over the phone as if I was a dispatch. And I mean, the service was not delayed to that person, and we were able to handle the call. So I want to stay working in this county. I feel like the 6250 would be great for all of us. It would keep our officers motivated to do their job, and that's what I'll ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else at all about the budget? Commissioners? Any questions? Okay. I'm going to close the public comment period now on the county budget. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a proposal that we increase these guys' salaries, those hot spots that we talked about, to 62. I think that the employees making over 50, a 1% raise. People under 50, a 2% raise. And we take a look at the STEP program, but I think that at this point, if we get, as they've been saying, a step forward to make a step up, I know it would cost a lot of money, and like I say, it goes up every year, but that's just something that we're going to have to learn to live with, in my opinion. But I make that motion that we grant these hot spots the 6250 and 1% to the employees making over 50 and 2% to the employees making over 25 at this time.
I second.
Madam Chair, since that's something that's not been proposed before, we wouldn't know what the tax rate would be to go with that proposal.
Pardon?
Since that is something new that's not been proposed, we wouldn't know what the tax rate would be. We'd have to have time to calculate what the tax rate would have to be for that.
I thought that as we looked at it before, that
It was 1,000 for everybody under 50 and 2% over. But you made the motion, 1% raise over 50.
that'd be $500, correct?
Yeah,
So that's a lot less than 1,000.
right.
And then the employees under 50 would be getting basically, I guess, 1,000 or so.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
the motion's fine, it's just, it would take us time to calculate what the tax rate would have to be. It wouldn't be 61 and a half, it'd be less than that, but it would just take us a while to calculate it. Be glad to do it, but
Yeah.
it's gonna take me a few minutes to do it.
Well, I'd have to be at Fort Bragg at about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, so I got till 7 o'clock.
So you're saying 1% for anybody over 50?
1% for anyone over 50,
And
2%
2%
for under 50, and grant the hot spots that we've been trying to alleviate the bleeding, as so to speak.
Hotspots as identified: deputies, detention officers, nurses, social workers, water plant operators, and telecommunicators. 6250 baseline raise with a 2%. Okay.
I do feel that the median income for the water treatment plant could be less than that 6. I just feel like that if we have to do some internship, that we could bring those employees along.
Yeah.
To get their certification, and I know they have to be certified to operate, but
Let me just comment, as I do the math here quickly, that there's already 1,000 in the revenue neutral budget. There's $1,000 for each employee and 2% for those making over 50. There are 92 employees in the quote target group. You'd have to program an additional 5,250, which is $483,000. So there'd be no need to cut the ones over 50 to 1% as opposed to 2%. It would be within.
I think Commissioner Crisco was, the 6250 would be above the current salary of 32,750. Would be what you're proposing.
yeah, it would be for the deputies that's making the 32 to try to get.
6250 more, yes. Not in addition to the base budget. His motion is to raise in those.
It would raise the 5,250 out of the 2-cent allocation.
Correct.
That's what I said, that's 483,000. And there's what, 8 or 10 employees making over 50,000?
A little more than that.
Anyway, What I'm saying within the 2 cents is there's no need to reduce the 2% to 1%, if that's your proposal.
Yeah, I was just trying to bring the bottom up a little, but yet show that the over 50 crowd that we are trying to appreciate them, but trying to bring those bottom salaries up a little more.
The bottom salaries for who?
For the under 50 crowd. Even though it's going to work, the math works out the same.
I'm not following you. In other words, we take the 92 target group and we allocate, in addition to what's in the baseline budget, $52.50 per employee to the 92 employees, right? That leaves the other employees that are in the budget currently as 1,000 below 50,000 and 2% above 50,000. It's already in the budget.
Yeah.
Now, are you advocating to cut that 2% to 1% or increase it by 1%?
Well, I wasn't thinking about what you're saying, that it's already in the budget for, I guess, the allocation that you had proposed had that 1,000 in there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think the proposal was a $62.50 for the hotspots. Okay, and then a 2% increase if you're over $50,000, and a $1,000 increase for anyone below $50,000. That's outside of those hotspot regions. Are those the figures that were included in the original look at that hotspot budget?
Yes, sir, you're exactly right.
Okay.
So is that what you want to do, is leave it like that?
Yeah, I'll
since that's
propose
already
that. I'll
included?
propose that. That sounds good.
So to be clear,
Don't want to cut nobody.
to be clear, the $62.50 includes the 1,000 that's already in the budget. And all other employees, which are 187, I think, would get only 1,000 and 2% for those making over 50,000. Is that right?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, the other thing I would point out is that will widen by a lot this gap between people that are in the same scope and skill. For example, in the DSS caseworkers, that will widen the gap between them by another 5,000 with social workers. So, I mean, the impact is, like I said, that you're addressing 92 employees out of 216. So that leaves 128 that will get only $1,000. And many of them are in the same scope and skill as the other group.
Oh, with all due respect, we didn't start this conversation about recruitment and retention. This was what was presented to the board. This is what that previous discussion last month was about, to bring those areas up that weren't competitive, that had just very high turnover ratios. And, you know, the sheriff mentioned something about a consolidated police department and how that would have been an opportunity to raise salaries. We'll put that aside. You know, that was irrelevant. The thing about it is we have failed county employees by not paying them what they are worth that provide the essential services to the citizens. Water, caseworkers with adult protective, child protective, deputy sheriffs, 911 telecommunicators, the people that are actually groundwork, that base level of service that counties are supposed to provide. We are not taking care of the county employees that have shown us nothing but loyalty for years. So the conversation that we started last month was to address recruitment and retention, with those 6 departments getting a $6,250 raise. Now, we understand that nobody else, that people that aren't getting that raise are going to feel excluded, but they aren't facing the same turnover rate. They're not facing the same disparities that those departments are. Now, with this increase, I believe it gives us as a board time to reevaluate our compensation plan in the future, which right now the compensation plan for scope and skill, I think, is a failure. We can't have people equal work, equal pay with no service to their loyalty for this county whatsoever. And it goes back to what I said last month as far as incentivizing employees to further their education to provide a better service to the taxpayer. We don't incentivize any growth with our county employees. We pay them a base level salary to provide the same service. And unless we do something different, we're not going to see any change. We're not going to see morale increase. So the first step that we have to make is bring those 6 departments up to an equitable and competitive range with other counties so we can stop losing people that are valuable to us. People that have stuck their necks out and not left when they've had to pick up 2 or 3 jobs on the side compared to their regular 40-hour a week. If they're only working 40 hours, which we know that most of them are not because they're overworked and underpaid. So to go off of what Mike said, I believe there is a motion and a second on the floor for a $62.50 raise for those 6 hotspots and a 2% over 50 and a $1,000 raise if you're under $50,000.
As well as a motion on the floor, I concur that there is a motion on the floor. But even with the folks in the hotspots, they have support staff. And they are no better than that support staff. And we can't overlook the support staff, the folks that support them. Now, if we are able, and the other thing that I'm concerned about is, for some reason, we came up with this 6250. We took a number, we generated a dollar amount, and then we decided that we were going to divide it out by the numbers we had in place. And we would provide this amount. Well, folks are stuck. That's stuck in the minds of the people. Nobody has moved off of that number. And I think if we do the research, truly look at it, and look at the budget in its entirety, we might come up with a different number. We may not have to stay with that number. Granted, that would bring the deputies and the health folks, that would bring them up. But then what happens down the road? We have to be able to maintain that status once we get there. Because if we don't, 2 years from now, we'll be right, well, someone will be, I won't be. They'll be right back here saying the same thing. So we have to put a procedure, some policies, and some guidelines in place so we can maintain whatever we decide to do.
I agree, Commissioner Mack. The most important thing you just said was 2 years from now. That gives us 2 years as a board to prepare.
No. What it doesn't give you 2 years to prepare. It gives you 2 years to work on it.
Exactly.
You've got to work on it. You just don't sit around and wait till 2 years from now and decide this is where we're going, because that's what has happened now. For many, many years, a lot has not gone on. And then all of a sudden now, we're stuck in a situation whereby we've got to address it. And it will not hurt to take the time to make sure that we prepare a sustainable budget, one that is sustainable, procedures that we can stand on. And I think that's what we need to do.
Okay, we have a motion that's been made and seconded. How do you vote?
You just call a vote?
Mm-hmm.
All in favor? No.
I'm in favor.
Vote.
I'm in favor.
Any opposed?
I'll vote in favor.
Okay.
The motion carries.
Motion, I vote for it.
Okay. Motion carried then. Miss, did you get all that?
I think so.
So the plan is to work the next 2 years then on getting the other employees of the county up to a new base salary, and also work on something like the tier plan? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, the tier plan.
Okay. We are moving on to our,
You want to take a convenience break?
yes, would y'all like to take a break? 10-minute break. We'll reconvene now and move on to our public hearing on conditional use. Mr. Woodard?
Madam Chairman, thank you. This is public hearing number 5 for tonight. It is public hearing CU 02-2020. Jesse Floyd on behalf of Baden Lake Auto. I'll reference the board to the aerial there, and they'll see the property that is outlined, dotted outline. That is the parcel on Blaine Road that they're wanting a conditional use permit for. The board has in their packet the full applicant application, staff report, impact study, and also engineering design drawings for the building that they're looking to construct. I will ask the clerk to change the picture there on the screen to show our zoning overlay. Again, the parcel is outlined with a dotted line. This parcel was previously zoned commercial, and that is in character with the neighborhood. Parcel above it, parcels below it. You can see by the color differentiation that there's industrial properties, there's commercial properties. You'll see some of them are noted recent board rezonings that have moved more properties to commercial, so it's certainly in the flavor of the neighborhood for that to be a commercial area. And again, that zoning has taken place previously. As a commercial property, I'll ask the clerk to change slides. The permitted uses. Right now, that parcel can be used without any, can be used, I'll take this mask off here if that's okay. The parcel can be used for banks, barbershops, beauty shops, grocery stores, drug stores, dry goods stores, hardware stores, laundromats, restaurants, and wireless cell towers. Those are the uses that are permitted by right in a commercial property. Those services are deemed harmless, if you will. The conditional uses are the ones that require special permits and gives the board the opportunity, if they allow it, to set parameters on those things. And you'll see here that in the application, the request is automotive and boat marine repair and sales. So it requires a conditional use. The next slide shows what the lot size and setback requirements are for commercial properties in Montgomery County. Minimum lot size, setback size. This property meets all of those requirements. So there are no issues on that front. Clerk, move to the next slide, which is a survey of the property. You will see at the top left corner the gravel parking lot area with the 2 entrances on the Blaine Road. And the building is with the horizontal lines. It's a 50 by 80 building. This survey map shows some of the requirements that are required by ordinance in the county. For example, a commercial building has to be 40 foot from the property line, so you see that drawn there. There has to be a clear grass area in the front of the building for visibility for the motorists turning into and out of the property. That's included. Also, since the rear property is residential, there has to be a 15-foot vegetation line to abut residential and commercial properties, and that's shown as well and already in existence. I'll ask the clerk to slide forward, and you'll see a blow-up of the building itself. Again, of all those requirements about the grass buffer area, the distance from the roadway for the earliest parking lot. The applicant has done their due diligence and had the surveyor mark out, so when and if they're permitted, we'll know that these areas have to be put together as detailed on this map. Again, the building size is 19,463 feet. The next slide that the clerk put up is the standards. For this board to issue a conditional use permit, those 7 standards must have been met. 1, that the establishment, maintenance, and operation of the conditional use, what the business is doing, will not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, morale, comfort, or general welfare. 2, that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purpose already permitted, nor substantially diminish or impair the property values in the neighborhood. 3, the establishment of the conditional use will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. 4, that the exterior architectural appeal and the functional plan of any proposed structure will not be at so variance with either the exterior architectural appeal and functional plan for the structures already constructed in or in the course of construction in the immediate neighborhood or the character of the applicable district. In other words, you shouldn't let somebody build a building that's not in the flavor of existing buildings there. Number 5, that the adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and/or necessary facilities have been or being provided, that all the infrastructure they may need is in place already. Number 6, the adequate measures have been taken or will be taken to provide ingress egress, so designated to minimize traffic congestion. That's really in the purview of the DOT, and they've already issued the driveway permit, so that one's definitely taken care of. And lastly, that the conditional use shall, in all other respects, conform to the applicable regulations of the district in which it's located, except as such regulations may in each instance be modified by the county commissioners pursuant to the recommendations of the planning board. The planning board heard this. They voted 2-1 in favor of the conditional use. They did not offer any additional modifications. But the board, if it so pleases, can issue additional modifications. What the board should consider for those modifications is the next slide I'll ask the clerk to put up. I believe there's 14 items here. The board should look at limiting, if necessary, the hours, days, or the manner of operation. For example, if the conditional use was for an amusement park and there was residential properties in the neighborhood, you may want the amusement park to close down at a certain hour at night, not to be open past 10 p.m. If for this business you feel that it's typically not an issue as far as working late or generating noise, then you do not need to issue any restrictions on that matter. I won't read all 14 of these, but again, just to reference the highlights, it's architectural design in character with the neighborhood. You can require larger setbacks. You saw on the map that it's 40 foot from the side property line. If this conditional use were to generate a lot of noise, say like a lumber mill or something, you could make it be further back. Designate the size and number and location of vehicle access points. Again, that's really DOT's thing. Right-of-way dedication. You can require landscaping and screening. I mentioned that it's already written in, they have to maintain that 15-foot buffer on the back property line because it's residential. If the board feels that additional screenage would protect neighboring property values or add to the neighborhood, you're certainly able to put those in. Again, I won't read all 14 of those, but the board should have looked those issues over in advance. I'll ask the clerk to go to the next slide. One of the standards that has to be met is you have to show that the business is not injurious to other property values. Well, these gentlemen, the applicants, already run this existing business right up the street. They're in Davidson County and looking to come to Montgomery County. In this map here, in the left top quadrant, you see the building that they're operating in now. One of the items that they have provided is evidence of that their business is not injurious to property values is the sale of the lot directly below them across the street. The tax value on that lot was $570,680. And while they were in operation business there, that property sold for $713,500. So unlike a lot of businesses that are new, you don't know how they're operating, this one's already operating up the street. So the board, I'm sure, will take that in consideration. But they did offer that, and the clerk, the next item that you have there is that property card from Davidson County that showed the sale price in 2017. All right, the last thing I have is just kind of a breakdown of the things that the board should consider if they want to grant this conditional use permit. You've been up to the area, you know the existing businesses. You've seen the drawings that the applicant submitted for their building. If you think there needs to be any aesthetic alterations to the building to fit in better with the neighborhood, then I will certainly denote those in the conditional use permit. Again, if you think because of the business activity larger than setbacks, that's certainly not a recommendation for staff, that this business should not generate any excessive noise. Limitation on hours and days of operation. Recommendation here is not to limit that there shouldn't be any issues with their normal business hours. Fencing requirements, the applicant, as you noticed, put in their application that they are going to fence the property or portion of the property. They repair automobiles and marine boats, and so they obviously want to keep those secure. The board may want to go ahead, for the benefit of the neighbors, to list what type of fencing, what height, what material, if you want slats in it, if you want to be opaque, and the location of the fence. You may want to decide that all overnight storage must be done in the rear of the building. You know how unsightly it can be if people start lining cars up along the road. But now's the time to do that. If you think it's in the best interest of the neighborhood, then I would detail those provisions. Outdoor lighting limitations, you can certainly say that if there's any pole lights, they need to be contained inside the fence area. Any other lighting needs to be attached to the building. Additional landscaping, again, there's already a rear tree buffer, there's already a front grass buffer, but if the board feels any other stipulations are necessary, then we'll add that to the conditional use permit. With that said, the applicant is here, I'll let them come up. I think they want to address those 7 standards or a few of them, and then I will be back to see if the board wishes to put any conditions on this conditional use permit.
Jesse Floyd, 4178 Piscataqua Bridge Road, Ashburn, North Carolina. In addition to the business across the street that sold, I also didn't get a chance to give them the map, but I also got some from Randolph County. Thomas Tire on 64 in Randolph County. It's a pretty large automotive repair shop. The property directly across the street from it, I have it here, it also sold for well over let's see, what is it? That property was appraised for $570,000. No, wait, that's the other one. I'm sorry. It was $378,870. That property actually sold for $584,000. That was in 2017 while Thomas Tire was in operation. That's 100 feet from Thomas Tire. There was also a residential one sold in 2011, 100 feet from Thomas Tire. It was appraised in 2011, or the tax value was, where's it at? Sorry. The tax value in 2011 was, shoot, where's it at? $110,380, and it sold in 2011 for $140,000. So even that residential still, the Thomas Tire did not affect the price of that one. As far as the aesthetics of the building, he showed on the map the other properties surrounding it. There's at least 5 other metal buildings that look exactly the same as what we're proposed to build. The setbacks, the residential one, I mean, there's large, half the property is wooded, which is a very large setback for that residential area. The hours of operation, we work 7:30, 5:30, Monday through Friday. Fencing requirements, we do plan to fence only the back half of the building to where we could keep overnight storage, whereas the front half would just be for customers coming and going that day.
So you're going to put a fence all the way around? Is that what you're saying?
It won't be the entire property. It'll just be from the building back to the part that's cleared. We're not going to start clearing the rest of the property. But,
so is that where you're going to store vehicles that are left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is it going to have, is it chain link, opaque?
Whatever's recommended by you, we're willing to do. What we have now is 6-foot tall fence. It's chain link right now, but we're willing to do whatever's recommended.
Something, because so many times you go by and you see all these, and I hope yours won't get junked up, but you see all these junk vehicles out, and it's so unsightly.
Right.
That's what I
And
was asking.
the good thing about our property is we have a much larger property than majority of automotive shops. They've been, doing this research, trying to find some where sales have been recent. We were the largest property. I believe on the map, on the survey done, it shows the front of the building. Where's the exploded one? Front of the building is 92 feet from the right-of-way. So, I mean, the majority of the storage would be, it's a 50 by 80 building, so it'd be another 50 foot back from that, which would be approximately 160 feet from the actual road. So there wouldn't be vehicles in eyesight, while driving by, especially being on the back side of the property like that. As far as outdoor lighting, we only will have lighting provided by Energy United, similar to what we have now. I think we have 5 exterior lights that are one certain wattage, and then 2 that are smaller wattage, and they're just to provide security for the vehicles left there, and so our security cameras can pick up
Are they
movements.
inside the fence or in the
Yes.
front or? the lighting?
The ones now, I believe, are all inside or directly adjacent to the fence.
So there's no problem with the lighting as far as blinding people?
No, they're all facing the inward, yeah.
Okay.
Additional landscaping, if requested, we don't have a problem with that either. If y'all have any more questions, I'm happy to try my best to answer them.
I don't know whether the landscaping would be cheaper or like the slats that
Mhm.
Matthew was talking to actually hide what Chairman was saying. Do you see that an issue? I know that's extra cost when you do that, but if you're going to put up a fence, I don't know that there's that much added in the, if you do landscaping, it would probably work the same way.
Right.
I don't know which one would work better, but it might be a good thing to do, and it wouldn't be so unsightly to people passing by, if they can even see it. It's so far off, I don't know if they'll be able to see it or not, but.
Right, yeah, we don't have a problem adding, a lot of places do Leland cypresses. I guess they grow fast and,
Yeah.
they stay full year-round.
Right.
We don't have a problem with that, and I think that could be placed when the 15-foot grass buffer, I think that's required, or it's a 40-foot, but that would, definitely block that if needed.
Anybody else have any questions or concerns?
At the risk of repeating, I think the living screen, the Leland cypress would be the ideal thing. That way it wouldn't be unsightly, and it'd be more aesthetically pleasing, especially if the residential behind the properties. We don't want, the impact, even though it's quite a ways away, it could still eventually be an impact. So
Right.
I think it would be good if you went with the Leland.
Yeah, the residential on the backside, he has a considerable amount of hardwood trees
Right.
blocking it, still.
But-
It's all wooded, but.
One thing about hardwoods, in the wintertime, they lose their leaves.
Right.
So the Leland cypress would be a good perimeter and
Right.
a good border.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ford, if you'll give the items that you mentioned in Asheboro as evidence of property value to the
Yeah.
clerk, so she could make sure she gets that in the record. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, hearing none. Any other commissioners have any comments, questions?
How soon is this project going to move forward if we approve it, or is it
I think they've already ordered the building, so they're.
confident? I see dollar signs, that's all I can say.
I think they know that the board's business friendly and wants more business in Montgomery County.
That's us.
All right, I'll close the public comment period. You have anything else, Mr. Wood?
If I may, just make sure we get the permit correct. It sounds like from the discussion that one of the requirements is going to be all overnight parking must be inside the fenced area, and the fencing must be in the rear of the building. So no fence built on the side or front of the building. Is it opaque slats, or is it going to be 6-foot high Leland cypress 15 foot apart?
Leland side.
I'm fine with the trees. Don't have any problem with trees.
So on the Blaine facing road side, that any fenced area facing Blaine Road will need to be maintained 6-foot high Leland cypress 15 foot apart. Is that correct? And I believe for lighting, the discussion was any pole lights need to be inside the fenced-in area. All other lighting must be attached to the building and downward casting. So those are the only 3 items I noted from the discussion. Is there any other conditions that you want to put on the permit? And I believe the motion would need to be that this conditional use with the noted amendments is consistent with the county land use plan. If, once you do that, then the motion would be to approve the permit with these noted amendments. And then we will give that permit out once they get a survey back that shows those items, the fence and et cetera.
Okay, do I have a motion first about the land use permit?
Motion, make a motion that is consistent with the county's future land use plan.
Okay, Commissioner Henson made the motion. It's
And I'll
consistent.
second.
And Commissioner Crisco seconded. And everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And then the motion to approve the conditional use permit. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that. Get Harvey Mack got it over there.
Commissioner Mack made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Matheny, second. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passed. Okay, now we move on down to Commissioner Henson and his report from the subcommittee on a couple of items. Commissioner Henson?
All right. First bullet says is a request to remove the Confederate flag on the war memorial located at the courthouse. A couple of weeks ago, Chairman Robinson and myself met with several members of the NAACP Executive Committee, and they presented us with a resolution that would not remove the statue, but it would remove the markations from the south side of the statue, which is the Confederate flag, and the Confederate inscription there on the back. And I told them that that would be presented to the Board of Commissioners as a public hearing request. But what we've done as a board is the first thing we did was we made aware the Legion Commander of Post 159, which is Commander Russell Fuller. I believe he was here earlier. Hey, Russell. And Russell is getting together his committee of the Monument Committee that was appointed by the commissioners, and I believe he has a full committee. And it is their responsibility. We forward this resolution to them. I don't believe it requires a vote. I don't think it's an action item. I do think this resolution is forwarded to the Monument Committee, and they give us their thoughts and whatever they come up with, and they present that back to the board. So it wouldn't require, any immediate action today. It's not something the commissioners are trying to rush. So, Mr. Fuller, do you have anything to add on that matter, sir?
Yes, sir, just give us, with Troy, Troy Road, just give us time to get the committee together,
Right.
meet, and get probably somebody to give more detail, how to remove, if they want to remove, or keep as is, landscape it, and things like that.
Right.
We will need, probably until December, take care of that.
Well, all due respect, it is a veteran monument, and you are the chairman of the Monument Committee, and you are the 159 commander. So this decision will include you and will include your committee.
Okay.
So,
We've got 6 on the committee right now. Kind of variety of different people around town, so we gotta get yours.
okay. Well, we will revisit this matter. You said you need until December?
December would be a good day.
Okay, we will revisit this matter in December if that pleases the board.
Okay. I need to ask if there's anyone here to speak.
Okay.
Public forum. Is there anyone here to speak in the public forum on this issue? About the monument? Okay, you want to come on up? If you would, state your name and address so we can have that for the record.
David Dunn, 169 Eastway Road in Troy. And I also have a couple of others that want to yield their time.
Okay, if they'll just give their names and addresses also.
Michael Thompson, Mount Holmes Church Road, Troy.
Was there someone else, or is he going to speak?
Willard Bennett, 291 Kentucky Drive, Troy, North Carolina. Deal my time today.
Thank you. Well, you've already got the max of 9 minutes, so you've got 9 minutes, so you can speak after if you want to come.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, first of all, thank y'all for letting me speak. Even though it saddens me greatly to have to be here for this reason. This is something that's always been very important to me all my life. And all my life I've always been respectful and courteous of other people. They don't give you the citizenship award in high school for, if you don't show that you're caring and respectful of others. So I've always believed that people have a right to be proud of who they are and where they come from. I think people have a right to be proud of their heritage and their history. And the inscription on the south side of the monument across the street there, it represents my family. It represents my history, my heritage. When North Carolina called men to come forth and defend her against an invading force, more than 1,000 men from Montgomery County answered that call. And more than 400 of them gave their lives. Now, I know that over the last half a century, our educational system and the media have done everything they could to rewrite history and try to make those men represent something and be something that they were not. But they were common soldiers. They answered the call of duty, and they fought and they died for the state that asked them to do that. And for someone that's fought and died for you at some point in time in history, such as Montgomery County, it's just flat wrong to come along later and disrespect them because of misunderstanding that's based on misinformation and in many cases just outright lies. This is where I'd like to go into a factual history lesson, but it would take all night and tomorrow and no telling how much longer. And I know how much people usually love history class when they were in school, so I'd soon be speaking to an empty room. So I'd just like to point out one other matter. And I was back here in the conference room and as I was waiting, and I read the words on there. It says, "He who keepeth the law, happy is he." So that brings me to the second point on behalf or for the board members, for the county, and for myself as a taxpayer. I have to point out that removing that inscription is against the North Carolina Heritage Protection Act that went into law in 2015. And I made just a few points of what the law says. I won't go into all of it, of course, but it does make possible that the monuments can be removed temporarily if they need repair, if they've fallen into disrepair and are deemed unsafe for the public for some reason, or if there's some kind of construction work, then they can be removed. But it's stipulated that they must be returned in their original place within 90 days. There's also a stipulation that they can be removed permanently in case like a highway is going to be going through or something like that. but in that case, they must be relocated to a site of similar prominence, honor, visibility, and access. Now, I know with all the news that's been going around about monuments coming down, you might be asking, well, if it's against the law, how are these other places doing it? Well, they're doing it illegally. And there's two points to that. Now, the first one, which is, I think, the most sad, is that the powers that be now just choose not to enforce the law. And it's a sad state for a republic when you have people that are entrusted with enforcing laws. Instead, they just pick and choose which laws they want to enforce and which ones they don't. The other point is that most of them are trying to skirt around the law, and having someone declare they're being unsafe or something because just the fact that they're being there is, is liable to draw protest and somebody could get hurt. But that doesn't wash with the law. Unsafe conditions caused by outside factors or events such as violent protesters, rioters, or vandals does not constitute reason for removal. Now, this was confirmed by a judgment entered by the North Carolina Historical Commission on August the 22nd of 2018 by a vote of 9-2. So I respectfully ask that y'all vote down this request, and if you choose not to, then I'd like to ask for a continuance on the matter until the facts can be presented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our, it's been referred to our monument committee, and they will report back to us. You say by December?
Around December meeting would be a good meeting.
Okay.
I would like to ask that they move that meeting back to November. Since most of your staff is, most of your committee is available, couldn't you meet earlier and then get back to us in November?
We will try. I will not promise, because a lot of people on the committee are moving around, and sometimes it's hard to get them together. We have a hard time getting together, even with our large monuments.
That does remind me of one other point I was going to mention, and I forgot. I think it was in 1959, the U.S. Congress did pass a law stating that Confederate soldiers should be treated the same as all other American soldiers. So, point that out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Second general.
Ronald Permeister, 130 Chip Road, Mount Gilead, North Carolina. I was reading the newspaper, and the article to remove the sign or the memory of Montgomery County sons. I'm not from the South, but I traveled for 5.5 years from one ocean to the other. Wherever the motor home or the trailer stopped, that's where I lived. And I seen a lot of memorials, and it's history. And I think that's one of the problems we have today with our youth, is they don't know history. They haven't been taught history in school. And I think a lot of the thing too is the parents are not getting the kids to do their homework. They got to be involved. Those are kids. They need to learn. And that might go to the second part of the, and that got me too. I'm not racist. And to come up and say we're a racist county, that got me. I was not very pleased with that. I spent 3 years in the Marine Corps and worked for the Marine Corps for 35 more. And I worked side by side with all different colors and from different parts of the country. Their parents were from Europe, a lot of them. We got along because we're people and we have respect for other people. And that got me, that we're going to declare this county racism. I couldn't understand that. And I don't see it in this county. I worked 15 years in Bisco and Walmart, and I've dealt with a lot of colored people and a lot of other people from Asian countries. I got along good with them, and I think they got along with me because I respected them. And that upset me to see racism. We're going to declare this county as being racist. I couldn't believe that. And like I say, with the monument out in front of the courthouse, how long has it been there? You know, I hear this word, oh, I'm offended. I can't understand that one, because where did it hurt you? You say you're offended. I don't know what that means. Show me where it hurt you personally. Do you have a scar on your arm because of that? I think what we need is we need this board to stand up with some backbone and leave that statue out there and to declare this county being racism. I don't like that. I've lived here for 20 years, and to me, it's shameful to me. And I hope that you vote both of those things down and leave things as they are. They've been pretty darn good, I think, for most people. And for those who say that they can't get ahead in this community, it's that you need to go out, get away from mama, and find you a job. And those opportunities are out there if you work for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sandra Harris, 658 Whitney Street, Bisco, North Carolina, 27209. Hi, I'm here to approach you because of the Confederate. I'm here to speak of Confederate and what it means to be African American in Montgomery County. I came from Montgomery County. The plantation that my family came from is just down the street here. The plantation, that's our history. Okay, sorry. The plantation that my family came from, that's our history. I don't know nobody beyond Montgomery County plantation because we didn't get a chance to know where we were from. I don't even know if my parents, my original generation of DNA even came from there, because I could have been, my generations before me could have been stripped from their mother at birth. Some people don't understand that African Americans were hung just for being African American. Babies were actually fed to alligators just because of the color of their skin. Kids were not allowed to read. Towns have been burnt down because African Americans had tried to be successful. It goes way, way, way back farther than us being here today, because I think that's why we're here today, because we have never reached our apex, because we have always been knocked down. We have always had that image of being hung from a tree. Someone has always told us we're not better. We don't have rights to equal rights. We can't get there. We've had that experience in the schools. Now, let me talk, that was my mother's side that has the Butler Plantation that actually grew strawberries that we go visit each year and sit there and think, what happened to our people? How will it feel to get beat because you dropped an egg on the floor? These are the stories. I'm not gonna say it happened there. I don't know. But I do know it happened in our history. I will also ask you to go look at UNC Chapel Hill. They have an actual documentary that you can read. If you pull it up on the internet right now, you could Google slaves that have left Montgomery County running. If we had such a great life, I don't think nobody would have left. I think we would have sat here and we would have accepted everything that was given to us in slavery. But no, we were not happy because we never asked for slavery. No one wants to be enslaved. No one. If you put even a child in a situation, they even understand what slavery is. They even understand what unequal or not being treated equal means. Now, my grandfather, because of the Civil War, because the Confederate lost, my grandfather went out and purchased some land down in Pekin. $500, he bought 72 acres. His name is John Green. John Green also was a founder for Peabody. The teachers at the Peabody School stayed on that property to educate African Americans. Sherry Allgood is also a descendant of John Green, who bought that land for $500 back after the Civil War. He would have never had an opportunity had the Confederate won. Now I'm gonna say one more thing. Let's bring it to today. Let's think about our court system, how African American men are in droves coming to court. If you ever go to the courthouse on Monday mornings, it's full of African American men. It's full of African American men. Imagine you as an African American man going into a court system asking you, treat me equal, please. But the first words you see when you get out your car is a flag of a Confederate flag. It's already damaged right there. You already feel like you're not going to get a fair shake. Because if they believe in that flag, then that means that you're not equal. That means our court system cannot treat you equal because you believe in that flag. And that flag means that you're not equal. You're not equal in manhood, you're not equal economically, you're not equal in no way and no aspect possible. You cannot compete. So that means that our Montgomery County justice systems looks like an injustice system because that Confederate flag sits there and is etched, not even paper, etched in your memory, etched in your head. So when you look at that Confederate or you see those words, how can you feel like you're going to get a free shake in this world? And the gentleman before me spoke about history. What is our history? We don't have the slightest idea. We don't have the slightest idea. It has been left out the history books. Martin Luther King was not the only person that helped us. There were people in slavery days that did phenomenal things that have been left out the history books. And if we don't educate and we don't take away this injustice, then how are our kids supposed to feel that they have an equal shake in Montgomery County? And if you wonder, why do our kids leave this county so quickly? Because they feel like they don't have an equal shake. They feel Montgomery County is not made for them. And so they take their education, they go somewhere else to get more education and to become better people. And they never look back. Do we want that? Do we want our kids never feeling like this is where their home belongs? That they never want to buy property here. They never want to come and visit. They never want to spend $1 because they feel like Montgomery County does not appreciate them, so they don't have to appreciate Montgomery County. And I want y'all to think about that, and that's all I have to say. I'll be up here again to talk about the next subject as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Camille Peoples, and I live at 202 Stanley Street here in Troy. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm not racist, and I'm here, and I heard what was said about the statute. I don't praise statutes. I don't look at statutes as a God. I only look at the true living God. A statute really don't mean anything to me. I had 2 uncles to serve in World War II. One uncle's ship was blown up, the USS Falstaff. He was burnt from the top all the way to the bottom. Had another uncle that served in the Navy, both. He was hurt and wounded in there. But when he went into battle, they went into battle for everybody. Not one particular color, but everybody. They came out wounded, hurt. Before my uncle died, the one that was burnt, they had to amputate both of his legs. And talking about Montgomery County being racist, I'm gonna give you a prime example of a 13-year-old that at the time was going to West Middle School. Just because he's in the gym with another crowd of boys standing around, there was a game going to take place at the school. One student didn't have enough money to pay. He was going to stay over at the school. So another little boy handed him $1. Just because someone saw the incident, they didn't take time to investigate it. So they go and they get the other individual, the coach, one of the coaches, and the principal. So here's a group of boys taken in the back, patted down, searched down, just like the individual was police officers. And they had permission to pat him down. This is a young man that I'm raising that is now 14 years old. I'm raising him because Montgomery County gave him to me to raise. They was in my personal business for 4 years, and I passed every test that was set before me. But yeah, here again, this young man was searched out. Empty your pockets out. Here the principal patting him down, which is Caucasian, him being a black man, a black young man, rising up to be somebody, because I believe in doing what's right, and I'm teaching them to do what's right as well. And I'm letting them know that a statue don't mean nothing to them. I'm letting them know you serve a true living God, not a statue. Anybody want to serve a statue, that's them, but I'm not. I'm not going to do that. But if it's offensive, then it's just what it is. It's offensive to other people. But to say this, to make this story short, here this young man is on the board at school, but yet and still search down, take your pockets. I don't have anything on me, but patting him down, which was a principal. Number one, there was no other Caucasian boys in there. All the little boys was black. We had a meeting with the Board of Education and I spoke. Everybody had an opinion. And I said, I'm going to call his name because I taught him well, teaching him still is. I said, Jaden, would you like to talk about this? He said, yes. I want to say how I felt. He said, I felt betrayed. I felt less than. And here I am on her advisory board, and then she gonna make me pull out my pockets, empty everything. Did it without my permission, without the other parents' permission. Didn't even think enough of us to call us to say. She could have lost her job, but guess what? Because I believe in everybody deserve a second chance. Here she is, still employed, have her job. But this young man had to deal with this every day of his life, being searched out, patted down at the age of 13 years old for not even committing a crime in school, along with other boys. So how do you think black kids feel here in Montgomery County? They feel betrayed. They feel like they can't walk the street, and they feel like if they do, then something is wrong with them. If their hair's different, something is wrong with them. Here's a young man that is a good student, He's a great person in school. No problem, never had a problem. So many lies came out of her mouth to the point where I said, look, just be quiet. I said, because what you're saying is a lie. You know that Jaden take ADHD medication because I had the doctor to fill out the paperwork. And you know that he has to take it before he go to school every morning. And he don't take it on his own because it's locked up. I administered to him, so you know that. You set it up because you not feel ashamed that you pat him down being 13 years old. Yes, she was ashamed. When I got finished talking with her, she apologized. She was so sorry about what she had done. But because she took the law in her own hand and she didn't give the parents the opportunity to come to the school. So there is racists here in Montgomery County. I'm standing here, I am a living witness. There is. I was locked up for a crime I never committed here in Montgomery County. I shouldn't have never went to jail for somebody's pocketbook that I never took. Nobody was willing to listen because I was in a store in Bisco at Quick Check at that time. My kids little, bought something out the store, told my son to come on, and hear somebody standing back there saying that a lady pocketbook was somewhere in the store. I don't even know nothing about the pocketbook. But I went to jail. I served time for a crime I never committed here. But when I left from here, I left to go get healed. Came back years later. I stayed gone for 20 years. And here, it's some change, but not enough change has been brought here to Montgomery County. Because if it would have, the principal that searched the little boy down that I'm raising, that the DSS, Department of Social Service, in care for me, entrusted me to care for this child, to raise this child, to become an educated young black man. Now he's torn down at the age of 13. Had to go for counseling. Did they pay for it? No. Did anybody offer me any money? No. So a statute is nothing. It's the mindset of the people. We are living in 2020, not 1940 and 50. My uncle used to tell us stories how he had to cook on that ship. But when it blew up, him and some other survivors came off, but they was wounded. They didn't come off and build a statue saying that, hey, we was on that ship, we fought. They fought for everybody, not one color, but for every race, every nationality. So, and I'm done. Think about it. Think about it. Think about what you're doing. Think about the seeds that's being sown in young people's life. I left because I was hurt. Because I went to jail for something that I didn't do. Think about the other young people. They deserve a chance. I listened to the officers tonight, wanting money, needed more help. My heart kind of went out to them because I understand there's a need that needs to be met. When DSS gave me these children, they was in my personal business for 4 long years.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Everything was open.
9 minutes is the limit.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
Nobody else knows.
Thank you.
I would like to say something. Oh, hi. I'm Lucy Bennett. I live at 409 Southwest Street, Georgia.
I want to say, I feel that the words on that statue, I didn't hear anything about the statue being removed. I heard that they wanted to replace the wordings on that statue from Confederate to something else that would include all the people, not just some of the people. And that's what I heard. And if anyone heard anything other than that, then I did not hear it, and I did not read it in the paper. And as far as racism go, I live on the south side of Troy here. I was born here, and I left here, and I was gone from here for over 40 years. And I came back, and the same condition that the south side was in when I left here is still in that same condition. And I've been talking about it because I said this is 2020. No other side of Troy looks the way south side of Troy looks. there's not a lot of black people that live on north, east, or west side. But every time there's money that comes into this county, it's devoted to other areas. It's not devoted to the south side of Troy. And I don't have to present proof. All you got to do is walk around Troy, and you'll see it for yourself. Racism is here. It's loud and clear. If you're a black person, you feel it and you live with it every day. White people do not in Montgomery County live and understand where we come from. It should not have taken 40 years for ditches and sidewalks in the south end to be closed up. You cannot find, from the time that you leave the stoplight and you go down to, and you pass this building, you got ditches instead of sidewalks, all the way down. And I pay county tax and I pay city tax, and I can't get anything done. But if I walk from here and I can walk all the way to the golf course and I can walk on the sidewalk, now you tell me what's fair. You tell me if that's racism or not. That money come into this county and I pay county tax and city tax, and I have to walk in the street or walk up on the grass instead of a sidewalk. You tell me what's racism. Okay? And that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Chase Lawson, 2788-1091, Troy. Good evening.
Hi.
I'm here in opposition of removing the Confederate flag from the statue at the courthouse, as well as opposing declaring racism a public health crisis in Montgomery County. Full disclosure, I'm not a fan of Confederate history, nor will I tolerate racism, whether it be directed toward me or toward the person of another race. I understand the argument for wanting to remove the Confederate flag. Some people see that as a racist flag. Some people see it as a sign of oppression, but I see it as history. Mind you, I'm not proud of the history, but it is history nonetheless, and it doesn't matter if the history is good or bad. Removing the flag, no matter what the flag represents to you personally, is a form of suppressing speech. We hear the term cancel culture being thrown around every day. This is exactly what we're debating here. They don't agree with what the people who want the flag to remain, so they vote to shut it down. My question to you is this: what happens when we replace the Confederate flag with the American flag? What happens 6 months from now when the politicians agree that the American flag is also racist, because in their beliefs, America is systemically racist? Do we remove the American flag? Just because you do not like the history doesn't mean you can erase the history. The Civil War was a bad time for our country, but it doesn't need to be forgotten. As far as racism being declared a health crisis, the idea itself is not only silly, but disrespectful to the citizens that live here. I've lived in this community for 6 years, and not a single time have I thought to myself this is a racist county. We just witnessed this firsthand with the Sheriff's Department, coming together as one, regardless of race. So the proposal that it is nothing more than a ploy to further separate an already divided community. We all watch the news. Everyone here in some way has seen what the political class is doing to our country. So my question to you is, why would we try to do this to our community? Why would we make a non-issue an issue? The only thing we cannot change about ourselves is race. You can change religion, you can change tax brackets, you can change sexual preference, but you cannot change the color in which you're born. Racism dies when we refuse to be victims. Not victims of an act, but victims of an idea. So when we stop listening to the David Dukes and the Al Sharptons of the world, racism dies. So no, racism is not a health crisis. Racism is a character flaw. Racism is taught and it can be untaught. But it starts with we the people having an open and honest conversation about it. Not the officials slapping a name on it and trying to give us a solution. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we got a little bit ahead of ourselves, but did you have anything to say about the second resolution?
Do we have to do the public hearing first, or do we have to do a public hearing before that first, or we talk about it first?
No, that, it's not really a public hearing. She put that down, it's not really a public hearing.
Yeah.
Before we move forward, I'll have a couple of comments. One, I would like to thank Ms. Bennett for her comments. And she was right on target when she stated that we're not asking to remove the monument. We're asking to remove the inscription on the monument. And I think it's the correct thing to do. Now, we can go to our Google, we can Google all kind of definitions, and we can read all kind of unique things. But the bottom line is, conditions apply. And people's actions have impact. And a lot of actions that go on, not only in this county, but nationwide, has this impact. And it's not what people say, but it's what they do. You have to look at their actions. And I think that we have an opportunity to replace the flag with something that's a lot more palatable, because then it will honor everybody and not just the folks that decided that they wanted to secede from the Union, create their own country. And the reason we went to war in the first place was to keep the Union together. You can go to Google and you can read that too, because it should be there. It was in my history book. And a lot of things were left out of my history book, but that was in there. The primary purpose for going to war was to keep the Union together. Everything else came after. At the risk of repeating myself, no one is talking about taking down the monument. The monument will remain. It's the inscription on the back of the monument that is of concern. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Did you say there will be no public comment after we deal with the next?
No, I said, we kind of moved ahead because I was gonna have Commissioner Henson report on the other resolution before any more comments.
Oh.
And we kind of jumped ahead with some of the comments, but that's okay. You want to go ahead and say something about the other one?
Yeah, absolutely. So the second bullet item is a request to declare racism a public health crisis in Montgomery County. These are not new resolutions. These are not specific to, just something that we came up with on our own. This is generated with data that is pinpointed about Montgomery County. There are other counties in the state that have similar resolutions. New Hanover is one, and what is the other?
Mecklenburg.
Mecklenburg is the other one. What some of my colleagues on the board would like to do is further dive into this resolution, weigh some of the resolutions that are presented to the state already in Mecklenburg and New Hanover. But one thing that was a concern to some of my colleagues on the board was that a lot of the information in here was pinpointed towards education. We are a board who partially funds the school system, but we cannot speak on behalf of the quality of education that the children in this county receive. Now, we can ensure that all children, regardless of race or orientation, are receiving earmarked funds to balance the disparity, but we cannot make remarks regarding the quality of education that they are receiving. But we can make sure funds are allocated correctly. And one thing that we want to address before we move forward and make this an action item, with further consolidation with the NAACP, This is not just a board member effort. This is joint with the NAACP before we move this forward on the agenda. Is we want to get together, probably two commissioners again, with other resolutions, and we want to further make a few changes that would further please the board, if that was explained correctly. If anyone else has any comments on it, I'm sure we've all read it. But I spoke to a couple board members. If you would like to add anything, please do.
Well, I would like to sit on that part, and I don't care if we have all the board members. I know it has to be open to the public, and I don't care, if they come and if they've got any input that we don't see, or, the more the merrier, I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know it. You start getting a lot of ideas, and you never come up with anything if you get too many. But
you comment on education. Now, I have stated time and time again, not only in this hall, but also at the Board of Education, that it is the role of government to do for its people what they can't do for themselves. And the primary goal and the primary role is education. While we fund 20–25% of the education, of the cost of education in the county, we provide all the buildings, we provide the buses, in conjunction with the state, but we keep them on the road. It's important that we address, or we comment on the quality of education in this county. We can't get away from it. We have to.
Well, that's goes back to why we need to further the discussion with the NAACP. I spoke with the president, Reverend Harrison. He is more than willing to continue our collaborative work to find something that the board thinks will equally represent all of its citizens and not just us five sitting up here.
So your plan is to get together and then come back to this board?
Right, maybe at our next work session where we can all be here, so we can all add input, not just be two of us.
Okay.
Because I'm sure there are more ideas, more voices that want to be heard.
Okay. Did you have something you wanted to say, Reverend Harrison?
Yes, if I can.
Please.
Reverend Mark Harrison, 411 Newport Drive, my Gilead. Thank you, Madam Chair, and other commissioners here. I thank you for your time tonight. I know y'all been here a while, so I don't intend to keep you here much longer. But I just felt, and I wanted to actually reserve my commentary until you make an official decision. But I think it'd be beneficial for both this board and the public to hear tonight, to understand clearly what we're after. We're not saying that Montgomery County is a racist county. What we are saying is that racism, and when I say racism, I'm not talking about one's personal beliefs or views of another person because of whatever reason. When I say racism, I'm talking about the system of racism. I'm talking about the policies, I'm talking about the governance and the structure that's in place that keeps people of color in places of poverty, keeps them impoverished, keeps them from getting and having equal and equitable access to the same resources afforded to everybody through the dollars that come through this board. And so I just want to be clear that when we are asking this board to declare racism as a public health crisis, it's because the facts, the statistics stand behind the fact that the disparities in this county are real. And it's not only in Montgomery County, it's in places all over this nation. But we're talking about Montgomery County. The disparities are very real. And if we just take the time to hear one another out and look at those numbers, those figures, I don't care what an individual thinks about me. I don't really care about, your personal opinions or views, but what I do care about is that everybody in this county has equal opportunity to thrive. We're done just surviving. When I say that, I speak on the behalf of this entire black and brown community. We're done with just surviving. And so that's why we're bringing this before this board. We're asking us to look at the system of racism and not just individual opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Hairston.
Anyone else?
I don't like being without a mask, I'm sorry. My name is Nancy Rupert. I live at 240 Rocky Creek Drive, Troy, North Carolina. It's been a long night. Thank you all for your patience. Good evening. I come before you tonight in an attempt to further clarify understanding of the proposed resolution to declare racism as a public health crisis, which should be treated with the urgency and funding of a public health crisis. A resolution's intent and subsequent action depends on the language therein. Racism can be a tricky word that might have different definitions by different individuals. The Oxford English Dictionary defines racism as prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, and also the belief that different races possess different characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another. Merriam-Webster Dictionary just updated their definition of racism less than 2 weeks ago after being enlightened by a 22-year-old African American. This definition includes the belief, and I'm quoting, the belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, and that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race, as well as behaviors or attitudes that reflect and foster this belief, racial discrimination or prejudice, end quote. Other definitions given by Merriam-Webster are, quote, the systemic oppression of a racial group to the social, economic, and political advantage of another, and a political or social system founded on racism and designed to execute its principles, end quote. Now, according to UNC Wilmington's Course Hero, which is part of their curriculum, the term racial disparity refers to a difference that may or may not be related to discrimination. The Center for Medicare Advocacy defines health disparities as a, quote, a difference in which disadvantaged social groups who have persistently experienced social disadvantage or discrimination systematically experience worse health or greater health risks than more advantaged social groups. When this term is applied to certain ethnic and racial social groups, it describes the increased presence of severity of certain diseases, poorer health outcomes, and greater difficulty in obtaining health care services for these races and ethnicities, end quote. Racism and racial disparities are terms that are sometimes used interchangeably, but they are not the same, with racism including intentional discrimination and racial disparities may or may not include such discrimination. Both exist. Racism is simply wrong and should be addressed. People of all races matter. And racial disparities need further correction as well. I've been actively licensed as a registered nurse for over 30 years and worked as a family nurse practitioner in public health right here in Montgomery County. So I'm familiar with how complicated healthcare service delivery can be. While there are racial disparities in health outcomes, is there evidence that true racism exists in public health or any other healthcare system in our county? Are people refused service based on their color of their skin? Or could it be more due to insurance coverage or lack thereof, or inability to pay? Or maybe some just don't trust the system. It's a known fact that COVID-19 has hit communities of color far more seriously than others. It's also a known fact that risks for contracting COVID-19 are strongly based on behaviors and that COVID-19 does not discriminate? Could it be that people with coronavirus risk or even symptoms are refused adequate health services because of the color of their skin? Or are behaviors also a factor in risks for COVID-19 and/or acquiring medical services for it? Are there so few teachers of color in our educational system because people are refused teaching positions based on the color of their skin? Or could it be because there may not be enough people of color interested in teaching or more qualified than other applicants for the position? These words are so risky for me to say, especially in public. It was very difficult for me to come forward with this. But if we're talking about public health emergencies and public funding, that's tax money, and I'm a taxpayer. So I just want to be clear what it is we're talking about, including the terminology used and what additional options beyond programs already available to address these issues might be used to contribute to ending discriminatory practices. I want to add that I have no disrespect for those that have drafted this resolution, and I commend Reverend Hairston for his contributions in trying to make this community a better place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one time a night's all you get. I'm kidding.
Sorry. I stayed to endure with you, and I agree with these folks. I sincerely appreciate your time and staying. And I appreciate the two speakers prior to me as well, because when I read this resolution, I struggled with it, not because I don't believe that racism exists. I do, but I have been in healthcare for 25 years. I have served in Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, one other Central American country, in Lebanon. I know that health disparities exist. I know that racism exists. I know that these things exist. And then the resolution in and of itself, I saw a lot of ideas, but I didn't necessarily see solutions. And I appreciate this gentleman, this Reverend, speaking to that and you saying that that's part of what you're looking for, solutions. And my question really is, who is it that we're looking to engage? When we're talking about, and I really appreciate the lady, and I apologize, the name escaped me, the lady that spoke before me. As a healthcare provider, if I have denied somebody services based on their race, that cuts me to the core. So we see those things as that is not what we want to happen. That is not what we are here for. So what can we do? What solutions can we reach across lines? Again, health department in and of itself, that's part of what they exist for, is disparities and to see who has what, who does not have what, and access to health care. So what can we do in Montgomery County that changes that changes for people of color and helps people like me? I'm not a person of color, obviously. Helps me get it right and not get it wrong. So with that resolution and in part of your committee, I would just ask that you are absolutely employing the right people to help come up with true solutions and the definitions. And I know we got to define it. We got to whittle it down big time to say this is racism, this is not, this is disparity, this is not. But find solutions, and I appreciate the fact that you guys are even willing to reach across lines to say, we want to try to get it right. We want to do something different. So I don't know if the public is allowed in these types of things. It is something that I personally would love to be part of because I don't want to see it anymore. I didn't grow up this way. I didn't grow up in any type of, as we know, racism is learned. It's not something I was ever taught. But I see it, I know it exists. And again, as a healthcare provider, I have taken care of El Salvadorian gang members in gang country in El Salvador. And I treated them the same way that I treat my husband, that I treat my mother and my father. I've taken care of all kinds of people in all kinds of situations. And the fact that anybody thinks and is dealing with that in my country, I have a problem with it. So, without being overly passionate and overly emotional, I don't want to bring problems. I want to help be part of the solution and reach across those lines and say to you folks, we want to. We hear you. We hear you. We're not always getting it right. We're not always getting it right. But if there's something that we can do to change it, what it looks like for these folks in our little county, then we need to do it. And I'm certainly here to say I would love to be part of the solution, not the problem. And to please, in your resolution, if you can at least consider what your ideas are for agencies whatever the case may be, who to employ versus saying, here's the problem, now figure it out. No, you don't come with a problem, you come with, here's what we see, here's what potential solutions are. So that's the part I would ask as a community member, as a taxpayer, that you help us come up with some solutions and employ the agencies and the people that you already have in place and go from there. And I hear it from these folks that I think that's what they're wanting to do as well. Again, I'm not speaking for them, they just spoke. And I love that and I appreciate what they said. Thank you so much. Again, I appreciate your time this late, but thank you for serving us. And
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
I'm gonna make this quickly. Zandra Harris, 658 Root Street. Okay, this is what I want to say. In 2017, I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin lymphoma, stage 3. It was believed that I received it from the World Trade Center incident. I was there. I was teaching as an adjunct accounting instructor. I could not afford insurance. So although I had a lump on my neck, I knew I could not go to the doctor because I could not afford insurance. So my cancer just sit there and grew and festered. I went to a clinic that was in Montgomery County that gave a discount, and I was able to, they diagnosed me, and they told me, this is where you're at. It took them 2 months to even recommend me to Pinehurst. By the time I got to Pinehurst, my doctor was like, we need to start on you immediately, because now it's November and you are at stage 3. And from there, I was lucky that I survived. But that was because I grew up, and not that I grew up, that was because I did not have insurance. I didn't have nowhere to go. And although I worked hard, I worked 2 jobs, I still could not afford the Obamacare. And if I would have had somewhere to go when I had that lump at the beginning, it wouldn't have cost me as much as it did at the end. And now I am still paying insurance bills. I'm still paying, and I'm hoping that, World Trade Center is going to pay that off for me, but I still have those bills. So I am an example of, not being able to afford insurance, even though I work, and even though I had education and had a good job. It was just that it came at a time in my life where I couldn't afford insurance. Now, number 2. I've been in an interview before where a man asked me, when did you figure out you were smart? And I never thought about it. I was like, what kind of question is this? And he was like, well, what are your favorite books? And I told him, well, one was Malcolm Gladwell, Outliers. Another was The Seagull. And he was like, where are you from? And I said, I grew up in Montgomery County. And he was like, oh, that answers that. He was like, so you never realized you were smart, did you? And I was like, well, no, I didn't. And I will blame that on our educational system. They did not look for outliers. They didn't tell me that you're capable of learning, and we're going to figure this out and help you see people that look like you in the school system. Because sometimes that does make a difference. Sometimes an African-American teacher has the same issues that I have versus an Caucasian teacher. So sometimes you will feel comfortable going to an African-American teacher and saying, hey, I'm dealing with this, versus going to a Caucasian teacher because you feel like she's going to feel superior to me maybe. And that's how I felt when I was in high school. So I am saying that this resolution is definitely needed in our county, and that I am an example of why this resolution is needed. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Zandra.
Thank you.
Sandra.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, then, from what I understand from Commissioner Henson, then this group is going to get together and further look at this resolution and come up with some ideas to present. Is that correct?
Yeah, maybe the clerk will send an email to the board to who would like to be involved in that committee or conversation, and we'll work off of that. Is that okay with you, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I think one other person wants to speak.
Is there someone else back there to speak?
My name is Linda Lemons. I prefer not to tell her on I live, because right now, as I speak, I am getting threatened, so I'd rather not say where I live at. I first want to say I am proud to live in Montgomery County, and I just found out today about this deal with the statue, and what's going on as far as the saying and the flag on it or whatever. I just want to say somebody needs to explain to me why this is a racist issue with this flag. I'm not understanding. I've been to school all my life, graduated, and still I don't understand why this is a racist issue with one symbol. Right now I am banned from going to my high school reunion because of something that was said on Facebook, and it didn't have anything to do with me. It had something to do with my twin sister. I had 46 black friends that I went to school with delete me from Facebook because of nothing, that I did not say anything. But my twin sister lost, not her only son, she lost 2 sons. And one of our friends that was a black girl we went to school with got on there and said, go cry to your, dead son, you white cracker. That is a racist issue. That is a racist thing. I don't know if y'all agree with it or not, but it is. It is a racist issue. And my sister got put in Facebook jail, and that's fine. But calling us things is a racist thing. And like I said, when I leave here, I'm going to have someone escort me out of here, because I was told if I come, then I was going to get jumped when I leave. And only because I'm here to take up for what I think, in my opinion, is the right thing to do. And my grandpa is out here on one of the on one of the monuments. He's out. His name is out here. He fought for us. He fought for me. He fought for y'all. He fought for everyone. And I don't understand this whole racist issue with one symbol. I've been on American soil in Fort Bragg a couple years ago, and our American flag could not get flown proudly at a concert because it was a racist issue. I can't understand that. So I don't understand. And I'm not the brightest crayon in the book. I'm not. But I want to stand up for what is right, in my opinion, and if we can come to an agreement and something be out there on the monument that everybody can agree on, I'm fine with that. Put it beside it, or in front of it, or on the back side of it, underneath it, something. But taking it off that monument is not going to make any difference. It's not going to change the way things are. People's going to have to be the ones that want to change, not the monuments. So, like I said, if someone, we need to pray for our nation and these people. Anybody who's racist. I'm not racist whatsoever. I grew up in Babylon, North Carolina, right over here on Highway 109. My neighbors, my daddy's neighbors, they're still black people. We love them to death. But because of what's going on in this world, I was told we're not friends anymore on Facebook. Why? I don't know. I have no idea. They deleted me, blocked me, won't wave at me when I go by. I don't understand, and I've done nothing. Used to ride motorcycles together. Don't even do that anymore. I'm to the point where I don't understand things, and I'm furious. I don't understand. So, like I said, if someone, when I leave, please walk me out, because I'm going to get jumped when I leave here, just for coming up here and standing up for what I think was right, or what is right. And, like I said, I'd rather not, I don't know what to say anymore. Thank you for listening to me. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just want to put some out there,
Sir, can you give your name?
Jeff Morton.
And your address, he needs your name and address.
It's 180 Honorable Road, Mount
Okay.
View. Well, I just want to say that these monuments and you know, stuff that's been here for 100 years, or it's been here for longer, and it ain't bothered nobody till now. And I'm not racist, and no word racist. Somebody called me racist. People that knows me, I don't see color. By the way, I'm colorblind anyway, so but I don't see color. But I think that it ain't on just one side, it's on both sides. And I think if people don't break that chain, you're going to get hate on one side, and then the other people on the other side is going to show hate, and then it's going to get to the point where that chain can't be broken no more. So somebody needs to come up with a solution. And I don't think taking people's statues down or us wanting to go take something of theirs down, it's going to solve anything. Well, I think it's going to solve something is where people need to work together and talk more, you know what I'm saying? And if they know how I was and I know how they are, and I don't know if there's anybody here that knows me or not tonight, but I get along with everybody. But when I heard that statue was going to be taken down, it just went all over me. I said, what's going to be next? There's going to be something out here next somewhere. Oh, we got to take this down because this is racist. Well, how far is this going to go? I mean, how far is it going to go? I mean, everybody needs to, I think, if this world don't get along and to come to, you know, terms of setting, we all God's children, and we under one God. I am not trying to say anything about anybody's beliefs, but that's my belief. I think if we don't all get together and do something about this, like I said, if they don't break that chain, you got hate going this way and you got hate going that way, and before you know it, that chain ain't going to be broken, and it's going to be a whole lot worse. It's worse. It's going to get worse and worse. But I just wanted to say that tonight, and just want to be heard. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Anyone else?
Okay, and I know the evening is wearing late. I'm tired and I know that you're late. But I do want to, just an observation, a couple of observations that I've made with regard to the resolution and the framework. I want to make it clear. Is the request to remove the Confederate flag on the war memorial located at the courthouse, that came in form of resolution. The request to declare racism as a public health crisis in Montgomery County came in the form of a framework to you as county commissioners. And hopefully we have opened ourselves up, that is, and when I say we, I'm speaking in terms of the NAACP, of which we represent, and let me say this, is the NAACP, you may think because it is National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and you may know this and you may not, but the NAACP is open to all people. All people. We have those white members in our organization and all those colors, if you will, in between. I hate the word colors because people aren't colored. Okay? So I just want to point that out. The other thing is that Mr. Mack has pointed out, we are not asking the removal of a statue. The statue itself, I believe, is World War I or World War II, character that's on the statue. We're talking about the inscription that's on the south side or the back side of the statue. I would encourage many of the individuals that came forth who are not in support of that inscription being removed, or they didn't have an understanding as to what African Americans and other people of color, if you will, may go through when they see or they read that inscription. I would suggest to those individuals, and perhaps maybe some of you, I don't know, read your history. I heard the invokement of education. People need to know their history. They need to know their history. I'm hopeful. I am very hopeful. And we consider you to be the wise of the county because you're county commissioners. I am hopeful that you will see within yourselves that it is vitally important to support the resolution regarding the removing of the inscription on the war memorial. And I know that it has to go through the process that you described. And I am hopeful that you, county commissioners, will draft a resolution declaring racism as a public health crisis in Montgomery County. You are the head of all governments in Montgomery County. And necessarily it's not easy, and I realize that. And when we say do the right thing, we have to be careful because right to me may not be the same thing as right to you. But there are some things, clearly, people, that are right and wrong. In closing, again, for everybody under my voice this evening, read about the Civil War, because this is what this stems from. Equal treatment under the law, that's the 15th Amendment to the Constitution. And when people are denied that through a system or from single individuals, that's clearly wrong. I thank you. I won't take any more of your time. You've got to get to Fayetteville, I understand, early in the morning.
In the morning, yeah.
Okay, so,
Not tonight.
good night, and thank all of you.
Thank
all of
you.
Thank you, August.
Anyone else? Okay, if not,
I just have one remark I'd like to make. When you're looking at this resolution, and I think many of you know that I've worked extensively in our school system with minorities, communities in schools, mentoring, most recently the Thrive program, the resilience, the ACEs, and all of that. But it's a two-way street. Like they say, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And when you're looking for solutions, it needs to involve the families of minorities and their efforts as well. Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner. Okay, County Manager, Mr. Woodard.
I have an action item. This is a carryover from the August work session and the County Commissioners meeting from August. It involves the CARES Act funds, round 2, and the Finance Director had put in the new budget. I'll address the item at the bottom there. That is the wireless hotspots for students that don't have access. And the board preliminarily approved after that meeting to us notify the schools and let them know they could move forward with securing hotspots and distributing those hotspots. 950 of the 1,000 hotspots have been delivered and are being handed out to students right now. So they are very thankful for what the board did to allocate those funds. And so this amendment here, if you will, budget amendment, is just to pass in the funds to reimburse them for those hotspots and for the internet coverage. The second item, which also came out of our work session, is the desire to improve broadband in Montgomery County. There are going to be $20 billion of grant funds coming available in the next 2 years for broadband infrastructure. River Street is a company that is working in Virginia and North Carolina and South Carolina, and I provided their information in the packet, and certainly want to thank Brian Helms for all his work and communication with this company. They own Ellerby Telephone, and Ellerby Telephone has an agreement with the county. They're already using our vertical assets, our water tank, to deliver wireless internet in the county. This firm has been very successful. They have been awarded over the last 10 years $150 million in grants to run broadband and internet access to underserved areas. Of that $150 million, they've only had to front 7% cash. They've got grant funded in the USDA loans, and so they're very successful at what they're doing. The county is not eligible to run infrastructure ourselves. We're prohibited from running that infrastructure. We have to have a partner. River Street is a last mile partner. In order for us to get in these grant funds, we need to do the engineering study. We need to know where the households are, what infrastructure is available, what it's going to cost to run that last mile. At the direction of the board, Brian and I met with these folks and got a proposal for that $80,000 that you see in your packet. And of course, again, we're asking this to be covered by CARES money. This is one of the eligible expenditure for CARES money. They will come in, provide, create this blueprint to be shovel ready, and then we can go forward and apply for grant funding. And so that's really the framework that's been laid out by the state and their internet access folks. And so at the board's pleasure, if they'll approve these two things, that will put us hopefully further down the road for internet connectivity for everybody in Montgomery County.
Okay.
I'll move to approve the recommended expenditure of the CARES funding.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Matheny, second by Commissioner Mack. Okay.
One last thing, just on a personal note, this is Chris Hilder's last meeting. Chris has accepted opportunities elsewhere, and he's off to new adventures, and we've certainly talked a lot tonight, or heard a lot about employee sacrifices and what everybody's doing for the county. But for whatever it's worth, Chris, on a personal note, Montgomery County would not be as good off as it is without you. You are certainly somebody who has made a tremendous difference in your time here, and I want to thank you.
Okay, everybody in favor of those we didn't do? That
Aye.
last motion?
Yeah.
Anybody opposed? Okay. All right. And I would like to also say to Chris, is he over there?
He is.
He's hiding somewhere. Oh, there he is.
Chris, thank you very much for all your hard work, especially this past year. I didn't realize how hard you did work until this year, but I've seen you out a lot, so thank you, and we wish you well in your new endeavors.
Thank you, Chairman, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody have any question on any other reports or anything?
Madam Chair, I know it's late, but I've talked to too many people to not bring this up. And just to be brief, it's about our Veteran Service Department. And I see Russell Fuller here, and it's part of the reason why I've been talking to him. We need to seriously consider moving our Veteran Service Director out from the umbrella of DSS. Okay? There are multiple reasons. I'm not going to go into it now because a lot of it, you know, it just needs to be further discussed. So between now and our next meeting, we need to come up, if it pleases the board, or have a discussion about making her the director of the Veteran Service Office and no longer underneath the director of DSS. And have her report to the county commissioners.
Sounds like it's, you know, worth talking about to me.
Yeah, I mean, the
What's the
DSS
procedure
director.
for that?
The board can only control two positions, so That's the county manager, the clerk of the board, are the only ones that the board has authority over.
So we don't have to do anything?
You can't do that.
That's what I thought.
Well, I think you need to have further discussion on it, but there was a good reason why that was organized that way in the beginning. We'll go into it now. Russell, what's your opinion? Is Veteran Services working or not?
No, because one reason, social services has no idea what's going on down there. They write her efficiency report. How do they write her efficiency report? They have no idea what's happening down there.
What-
Commissioners, I know most of y'all up here, do not get a report what happens each month. You know how many $1 million a month she brings in. You get rid of her, or she leaves, all that millions of dollars is going to another county, not Montgomery County.
So it's not the service, it's the perception that her service isn't being appreciated, sounds like.
She is not, no, she is not being appreciated by social services.
I think we ought to ask the manager to make a recommendation. Look into what the real reasons are.
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to.
We appreciate it very much if you could. Let her report to the commissioner, to you.
She can report directly to the manager. She can't report directly to the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
Is there anything else needs to be brought up tonight? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Are we
Second?
done with all the
Everybody in favor?
county manager's report stuff, or that?
I'll be glad, I think there's not anybody, staff left here, except Chris and Mitzi, but I'll be glad to answer any questions about the sheriff here.
You got a question, Mike?
No, I just knew that we hadn't said anything, or I didn't hear it. That doesn't mean, that doesn't make me know that I was paying attention or whatever.
You were sleeping there. Thank everybody for coming and for staying.